For Best Music Coach, my name is Dan, and you are watching a music teacher's reaction live and in real time to Final Fantasy VII Remake original soundtrack. Now, I've never heard this before in my life. I mean, I have listened to the original Final Fantasy VII soundtracks. I mean, I've heard some of it, but I've never heard the remake soundtrack before in my life, so this is going to be a first-time listen. No preparation, no prior knowledge, and let's be honest, I only listened to the original one time, so how much do I really remember? We're about to find out. Let's get the thing started. This thing started. Rockin' and rollin'. Hi, chat. We are live with the Prelude. And you'll notice that the song titles are a little long today. The Prelude something. And if you want to know more about music theory, there's a pinned chat in the chats. Go check that out. It's the 10 things every gamer should know about music theory. Let's get this thing started. Oh my goodness. Okay, so yes, I do remember the Prelude and those arpeggios from the original soundtrack, and boy, was this taking it to the next level. In fact, I'm really enjoying this. I'm going to turn my headphones up just a little bit. Make sure you don't have your headphones up all the way. Bring them down a little bit. Save your hearing in the long run. But for me, I've got my headphones all the way, almost all the way down, so I'm just going to... because that was some orchestral, nummy goodness. So let's talk about a little bit of the music theory there. Basically, we're in the key of C. The chords for the entire thing, pretty much, right until we get up to the end, is alternating between essentially what we're just going to call a C major to an A minor. That's the arpeggios. And then we have the part where it starts going into the melody. We go C, F, G, so 1, 4, 5, and here's where it gets interesting. A flat, B flat, back to C. Now, you could say, all right, well, we're kind of modulating once we get to the A flat, but I don't think that'd be quite right, because for me, that A flat to B flat to C, it's really just kind of like, well, it's, I mean, for lack of a better term, a deceptive cadence, because you feel like you're probably going back to the minor, but instead you turn out in the major. Sure, you're sort of tonicizing, if you will, C minor for a moment there, because of the C natural that would come along with the A flat, and of course the A flat that would come along with the A flat, and of course the E flat that would come along with the E flat, and the B flat that would come along with the B flat. So yeah, there you go. All right, let's listen to the next one, which is called something. I'm not sure yet. Midgaard, city of Mako. Midgaard, of course, being the Norse mythology term for Earth. Ooh. Oh, come on. Oh, yes. Wow. I mean, we could stop. We could all go home right now. I was listening to Wagner yesterday, like a lot. Like I think I went through the entire Ring cycle. It took like quite a few hours. And I was so enjoying the story that was being told. And here in the music, it's just, forget about there being a video game associated with it. It's just so good. All right, this next one is called Bombing Mission. Oh my goodness, that was just the second song. Oh, come on now. Come on, give me some bass. There it is. I'm allowed to say I like this probably more than the original, right? Like, the original was genius. Don't get me wrong. But I'm absolutely loving this. I know I've not hit you with a lot of music theory stuff. It's because I'm just sitting here like a child in a candy store listening to this amazingness, and it's so delicious. Yeah. It's so good. All right, let the battles begin. thought I heard voices very quietly there for a second. Okay, so what I'm loving here especially is it sounds to me like a lot of this is live. It sounds like every once in a while there's a couple of synths being thrown in for effects, but a lot of this sounds live. And not only does it sound live, it sounds live, but like stellar musicianship live. So a lot of times, like I get a little picky about the instrumental music that I listen to, because if you look up some famous piece like, Eine kleine Nacht music by Mozart, and you go and you listen to the various orchestras that play it, some orchestras, they're just more together, they're more in tune, the intonation is there, the feeling is there, more than others. This is incredible performances across the board. Everything is just, not a hair out of place. Absolutely incredible. This next one is called a Mako Reactor 1. By the way, if you're wondering why people are super chatting, it's to upvote what I react to next, and I'll read all the super chats at the end. Like that little bit of like distortion buzziness on that percussion. Up a minor third. Okay, so just to pull out, I mean, obviously that was super cool. Everything's cool. Just to pull a little something out of that for you. So we had this one motif, if you will. Perhaps we could call it a theme, but perhaps it's just a motif, and we'll hear a full presentation of the whole. Well, the whole thing might have been a theme, and this might have been just a motif in the theme. Anywho, it went like this. And then the second time it changes. Now, what was really cool is the next thing that happened was it went up a minor third. So the same series of notes, just a little higher. And sure enough, the second time around, the second half of the second time around did the same exact thing. So it's the same exact order of notes, just brought up a little bit higher. Very cool, very interesting. Let's get this thing rocking and rolling with the next one, which is called Battle Edit. Oh, and here we have the theme we just heard in the last song. Harmonized differently, which means the chords behind it are different than the last time. Yeah, here we go. So doing the same thing, going up a minor third. Reharmonized. Here's our same little motif. Oh, it dynamically changes between this and the last one. That makes sense. Love the drums. And the percussion, yes. Okay. So, as someone pointed out in the chat, apparently this goes back and forth between the last song relatively seamlessly, which would make sense because it was all sort of lining up to work together. So when I say reharmonize, what I mean is you take one melody and you change the chords underneath it, which makes the melody usually sound very different. For example, let's do something really simple like... I'll play it up. All right, twinkle, twinkle. Now, if we put the typical chords underneath it, it'd be like this. And then maybe... Now, here's what happens when we put other chords underneath it. How about this? Sorry. How I was getting so fancy. Wonder. And let's do what you. And let's finish on are. So here, like, that didn't sound like Twinkle Twinkle, besides the fact that I messed up. It didn't sound like Twinkle Twinkle at all, but that's because the chords were changed underneath it. So you can take the same melody and change the chords underneath it. Okay, this next one is called Scorpion something. Guitar in there, distorted, it's quiet, but it's in there. There it is. Man, this thing keeps giving. That xylophone in there too, right at the end. Just a guy? No clue. Someone in the chat said about halfway through the song, "What key are we even in?" To which I replied, I got no idea. All I can tell you is if you ever want to compose or write exciting music, follow what this song does and do something different in like music production circles, like producers and mixers and, you know, guys who do like electronic stuff. A lot of times they'll talk about the rule of 8. And also just general producers, you know, they talk about the rule of 8. So like every 8 measures, something needs to happen that's different than what was happening the 8 measures before. And that's basically just to keep things exciting, to keep your attention. Here, this entire thing for about 7 minutes was following the rule of 4. And things were changing like every 4 measures. And it was just crazy. You know, a lot of times on these, I like to play along. I like to figure things out. But when they change that fast, that often, I just don't have enough time to hear it and figure it out. But I will tell you, this was so cool. This was rocking. Just the progression from the beginning to the end, the build, amazing. And again, if any of you are inspiring producers, composers, songwriters, listen to music like this because it keeps your interest. And you don't have to present your music like this, but keep your music interesting just like this. This was awesome. And your music does not have to be interesting all the time. It can speak for itself. But yeah, when we're talking, and it doesn't matter. I'm not going to get down giving you 1,000 qualifiers for that. Okay, this next one is called Shinra's Theme. Oh, no, Getaway. Excuse me. Getaway. Oh, come on. Yeah. Hey, Chris, you're onto it. Uh-huh. Come on, brass. Okay. To pull one thing out of the last, I think, 3 songs, and I think I spoke about this in the original one, but to point it out here again, it's that a lot of times the relationships between the chords that are going back and forth is that of a minor third. Now, up until here, this is track 8 that we just listened to, Getaway. Well, I think most of the time, up until now, we've been going up by a minor third, changing between chords. Here's the first time we were actually starting on a D minor, going down to a B minor with a descending minor third. And descending minor third, you can just think of that as like the distance that a note travels. So if you have a large distance, that would be like an 8th, a 9th, or a 10th. That's a long. So this is 8. Yeah, that's a long way. Here's 9, here's 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. And then if it's a very short distance, it'd be like a 2. Yeah, those notes are close to each other. So the distance that these chords are traveling back and forth actually is the same, which is interesting. You can look at all the layers of complexity that are going on over top of it, but just to dial in on that one thing is pretty cool too. Okay, this next one is called Shinra's Theme. And there's actually something else I want to point out. That right there just went down a minor third. That just went down another minor third. Now up a minor third. Back down. Ah, so right there, the B. That's calling back to the motif we heard a couple songs ago. Same keys too, using G minor and B flat minor. There it is. Now that truly is a motif. Perhaps the first time I heard it was a theme, because that was a version of it, but it wasn't quite the whole thing. Listen to that brass. Oh, now going down to the sixth. If we're in B minor. B flat minor, excuse me. Now going to G minor, interesting. Ah, now down to what would be the sixth, down a major third to E flat. Back to B flat. Okay, so one thing I want to point out, which I think is pretty interesting, is the power of repeated patterns. So we've actually heard it a couple times up to here, but this is where I want to point out for the first time where we had just these repeated low note patterns. And when you repeat those over and over again, what happens is it creates this feeling of something really powerful, really important happening. Almost this stateliness when it's this slow. When you speed it up, it gives it a lot of energy, like things like that. So having those repeated rhythmic patterns where you have one note or two notes really gives a lot of power. Okay, this next one is called Those Chosen by The Planet. Okay, so someone mentioned in the chat, well, this kind of sounds like the Jaws of video game music, and let me break down for you why. So, those low upright basses, acoustic basses, contrabasses, whatever you want to call them, they're going like... They're just doing that, but like a whole octave lower, like a lot lower, like... Like that. Now, Jaws by John Williams goes... So that's why someone was calling out as that being the Jaws, because it actually does sound, well, not dissimilar. I can see the connection. Okay, this next one is called... Chat's going to help me out with the name of what's next. The Promised Land. Very Enya harmonies right there at the end. Or right there, I should say. It's in that repeated pattern. Repeated pattern, giving it intensity. Okay, absolutely beautiful. One thing I want to point out is when the second is held. So remember we talked about how the bigger the numbers are, the farther away the notes are? Well, what happens when you have 1, 2, and 3 all together in a minor chord, well, along with 5? Oh! So beautiful. Feels like something you need to like protect and hold. And when I called out that moment where it sort of sounded like Enya for a moment, that's because a lot of what Enya does to create her sound is those harmonies where you have that those female voices just singing "aw," and then have those movements with each other to create those harmonies, which was absolutely beautiful. And again, that chord, man, I mean, it's a little bit of a finger stretcher to try and do it this particular way on the guitar, but like, oh. So pretty. All right, this next one is called Chance Meeting in Sector 8. That's funny. I had a business meeting scheduled in Sector 5.5. That was a bad joke, and I'm sorry. Oh. That's Aerith's leitmotif. And remember from Aerith's theme, yeah. Oh, so in the game, this is the first time when you meet Aerith? Zeldalina, I listened to the original Final Fantasy VII soundtrack. That's on this channel. So really, really beautiful. Now, I did recognize that because, as I talked about in my stream where I did the first one, I had a student who played that theme, and sure enough, I heard it come up in the Final Fantasy original, and I was like, "Ooh, hang on a second, I've heard that before." And sure enough, recognized it then again. Recognize it there again. Very interesting that that's the first time that the character of Aerith is actually seen in this game, apparently, according to chat. Do not quote me on that. And yeah, very much a leitmotif representing a character. So a leitmotif is a piece of music, well, a part of motif. So you can have a theme. So the theme would be like the whole song. Motif would be like a little part of the song where you can recognize the song, but it's not the whole song. And then a leitmotif is a part of a theme that's associated with a person, place, or thing, a noun. Okay. This is what next one is called. Battle to Get. Man, the percussion. Yeah, the clangs in the background, Chris, great ears. Oh, this is sick. Oh yeah, syncopate that thing. Up a minor third, and back down we go. It sounds like very quiet tremolo with the strings underneath there. Oh, that's so cool. Oh. Exactly, Guitar Assassin. Okay, so tons of really cool stuff in there. Just to break down the chord progression. So basically, and again, this is basic, and again, this is simplifying things a little bit. We're hanging out in F minor. Then the next chord we go to is a D flat major. Next thing we go to is a B flat minor. Back to an F minor. Now, here's what got really cool is right at the end. When they went to the D flat minor, then they gave us the E flat to the F minor. And that D flat, E flat, F minor, that's a 6, 7, 1, or a flat 6, flat 7, 1. And that's one of the most common uses of chords in minor keys in rock. And, well, oftentimes also in pop. One of the most common, not the most common, one of the most common, is that you take the 1, the 7, and the 6, and you line them all up. And you actually play them in any order you want to. Or. And you can probably imagine the bajillions of songs all along the Watchtower, Bridge of Ziggy Stardust, Kryptonite by Three Doors Down. There's a billion other songs. Okay. Let's keep this thing going. And all on the Watchtower, Jimi Hendrix's version, because technically Bob Dylan wrote it. But anyway, the next one is called Shinra Creed, or perhaps A Close Call. This one is called A Close Call. I'll listen to that piano. Well, that was pretty quick. So, something we have heard a couple times. We have heard this. Which, here's one for you, which we actually heard in Xenoblade Chronicles. I'm not sure which song, but I remember it because I was talking about it because it's a line from I'm not saying it originates from, but if you listen to, I think it's For Whom the Bell Tolls by Metallica, the intro, again, this is not the right key, but something like that. And that. So, Obstacle in Our Way. Was that the name of it? Oil in the Ocean? No. From the Bell Tolls. Yeah, Obstacle in Our Way from Xenoblade. An interesting connection there because we've actually heard that theme used a couple of times so far throughout this soundtrack. So, very interesting. Okay, this next one is called Shinra Creed. Hey, Noah. Okay, so what's fun here, this is very Dorian, which I'll explain in a moment. Oh, fun. Oh! Oh! Ah, there we had the flat 6. Interesting. Okay, that's fascinating. Okay, so let's talk about why I was having fun with this and what on earth Dorian means, and then why I started screaming about a flat 6. So, basically, you can think of a minor chord like this. It's made up of notes. Notes are like this. Now, depending on how we change these notes, we can actually call that order of notes different things. Typically, that's called a scale, and we have different names for different scales that have different notes. So what was interesting was to hear that in this piece of music, we actually heard 2 different scales, essentially, again, I'm simplifying here, being used. We heard the Dorian scale, where the 6th note is actually raised up a little bit, and then we heard the natural minor, where the 6th is not raised up a little bit. So here's what it sounds like with the 6th raised up. I'm going to count so you can tell which one is 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 6. Now let's do it when we don't raise 6. Yeah, that totally changes the character of the whole thing. As opposed to... So, I think what's kind of cool to talk about there is the fact that we had that little horn line that happened right towards the end, and I was expecting it to go, but no, had I been paying closer attention, I would have known that right there we were no longer in Dorian land, and sure enough, the 6 would have been flat or brought down. Okay, this next one is called Shining Beacon of Civilization. And again, going back and forth by a minor third here. That's how far away those first chords were. Oh! Back to Final... Okay, this is so cool. All right, so check this out, because this was another really cool thing. So it was like hanging out in F minor, D minor, F minor, D minor, look out, A flat, C major, A flat, C major. Now here's what got really cool. Instead of going back to F minor right at the end, it went to F major. To D flat. So cool. I love that it changed between going between F minor and F major. Absolutely loved it. Okay, this next one is called, well, we'll know in a moment. Tifa's theme. Kyle, I'm also convinced. Love to hear it, Sophia. How beautiful. Tifa. Sorry, guys. All right, so two things I want to point out. Number one is what we just heard, that fun little walk down. So it's like G sus to G. So listen to the ties note. Love that little chromaticism up there. Super fun. Next thing for us to talk about is, well, one of the prettiest things you can do with two chords. There's many pretty things you can do, but this is one of the prettiest. It's you take a major chord, Perhaps it's a major 7. Perhaps it's a 6-9 chord. And then you go to the 4, but you make it a minor 6. So pretty. And that's what the yeah, guys, so it's a chord where we have the root, or the 1, the 3, the 6, and then the 9. Remember we talked about how different chords have notes that are further away? Well, if you have the 6 and the 9 in a chord, that's the name of a chord. Okay, and by the way, what a sus chord is, it's not suspicious, it is suspended. So what we're doing is we're taking, remember we have all those numbers for notes, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 1, for example, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now let's take 1, 3, 5, play it all together at the same time. We get a chord, 1, 3, 5. Now what happens if we take the 3 and we move it up to 4, we get a sus 4 because we're suspending the 3rd up to the 4th. And if we take the 3rd and move it down to the 2nd, we get a sus 2 chord. So not a suspicious chord, but a suspended chord, which also could be suspicious, but it's suspended. Okay, this next one is called Noises in the Night. Huh. Very interesting, very foreboding. I don't actually recall that one from the last time that I listened to it. Hey, real quick, if you want to learn more about music theory, there is a pinned chat in the chat and also a pinned comment in the comment if you're watching this after the stream with the 10 things every gamer should know about music theory. It's a free list that you can get right now, and on the next page, if you want, after you get your free list, you can check out my music theory book, which hit #1 bestseller in its category on Amazon, but you just might like it if you want to learn more about music theory. But I'm not telling you to buy the book. I mean, I'm kind of telling you to buy the book, but what I'm telling you is get the free thing. Everyone should get the free thing. It's been downloaded over 2,000 times. You know it's good. Okay, this next one is Mako Poisoning. Those repeated patterns. This is very different from anything we've heard up until now. This is Sector 7 Undercity. Ooh. Yes, this is the main theme. I spelled Avalanche wrong, but you guys will get it. Beautiful. Beautiful. So this is actually the end of disc 1 here. All right, well, everyone, thank you so much for watching. All Super Chatters, thank you so much for your support. Members, thank you for your support. Everyone who's subscribed, liked, smashed the notification bell. Yes, we are live. Live from the top of the Empire State Building, you're listening to... All right, thank you all so much for tuning in, and I will see y'all in part 2. And in the words of the poet, girl, you know that ain't no lie. Bye, bye, bye. Bye, bye. For Best Music Coach, my name is Dan, and you are watching a Music Teacher's Reaction live and in real time to Final Fantasy VII Remake original soundtrack. Now, I have never heard this music before, other than I did hear the original Final Fantasy soundtrack. So I'm familiar with some of the ideas and the things we're going to hear, but other than that, I have no idea, no prior knowledge, no preparation, other than knowing we're starting on a song called Avalanche's Theme, and we're going to end today on a song called New Operation, because I looked at the disc number 2 just to see the names of the songs we're going to stop on. That's all I know. And with that being said, let's get this thing rocking and rolling with Avalanche's Theme. Hey chat, how's it going? Just the way the groove is set up in the percussion is so beautiful. Like right there. And those 2 tambourine hits. There again, those 2 tambourine hits. And that triangle, yeah. It sounds like castanets there. Yeah, it's castanets. And then that pinging sound, that metallic sound you're hearing in your left ear, that's a triangle. That is honestly much louder than the triangle typically is, but it's cool. Beautiful. So a triangle, if you don't know, Many of you may know, but a triangle literally just is a metal triangle that you just suspend from a piece of string and then you play it. And if you really want to see someone talk about the triangle, I think there's a great video of, I believe it's Leonard Bernstein conducting some orchestra, and he's just like coaching the triangle player. He's like, play the triangle like your mother's life depends on it or something. It's a fun video to watch. Hey, if you want to learn more about music theory, especially music theory for like video game music, there is a pinned chat in the chat with the link to the 10 things every gamer should know about music theory. It's a free download for you from me. My gift to you. You get it. You get some more free stuff after it too. It's a ton of fun. Hey, let's check out the next tune. Also, if any of you are wondering why people are super chatting, saying the names of soundtracks, it's because people are upvoting the soundtracks they want me to react to next, and that's how we support the channel. Okay, the next one is called something, and I will find out. Scrap Boulevard Cleanup Crew. Well, Pikachu, we could, but it's all Japanese. I mean, now the triangle is like... First of all, there's two triangles. The percussion is really going next level. Yeah, Mike, two different triangles, that's right. Size or the diameter of the metal itself, I would assume, would also play a role because, you know, with physics. Pokey, in general, yes, I do. Yeah, but if you make it a longer piece of metal, sure. Size, yes. So like a tuba is much larger than a trumpet, and tuba's lower than a trumpet. Well, it's not even the resonance, it's the sound waves are longer, which is lower. Slower vibrating. Yeah, so the percussion here, in the past two tracks, has just been a ton of fun. Ah! Oh, Scotty, hang on, we'll read that afterwards. That right at the end sounded like a xylophone or a glockenspiel. Okay, so an interesting point got brought up by a percussion major named Scotty. Scotty, thanks so much. So Scotty says, I got my major in percussion. Also, they do make them out of different metals. So triangles can be made out of different metals. So you'd get different sounds from the different metals. Also different beaters that change sound. Now what Scotty means by a beater is basically just different sticks with little things on the end, sometimes no things on the end that you're going to hit the triangle with. So a triangle beater, I think traditionally would actually be another smaller piece of metal. But if you think about it, if you've ever seen someone who plays percussion walking around, what they have is they literally have not a bag of tricks, but a bag of sticks, which also is kind of a bag of tricks, where they'll have sort of like drumsticks. Imagine a drumstick or like a really long, imagine like a Harry Potter wand. If you've never seen a drumstick, a Harry Potter wand that doesn't look very fancy, but on the end of it is like, they have ones that are yarn on the ends, they have ones that are cork on the ends, they have ones that are just wood on the ends, they have ones that are plastic on the ends, they have ones, and the plastic, varying degrees of hardness and consistency of plastic will get you different sounds. They have sticks with I'm sure metal on the ends too as well. They have sticks with felt on the ends. I mean, the list goes on and on. A bag, cotton for timpani sometimes, indeed, Daniel. Yeah, so you can see percussionists will have many different tricks in their bag of sticks. And we're going to move on to something called Johnny's Theme. Alpaca yarn. Ah, that's the yarn. Okay, alpaca. That's wild. It's a specific animal, but of course it would be. I totally missed those chords. Hang on, we'll go back, I'll get it. I don't know why I'm missing it too, because I've heard that a million times before. All right, hang on. Moment of redemption. There we go. All right, thank you. I just needed to do that for my own self-worth and so I can sleep tonight. Okay, this one is called Let the Battles Begin on Merc's Job. Actually, before we do that, let's actually talk about that. So that was basically like a blues. And so it was interesting is the first time around, it was very traditional blues. What happened at the end was, I mean, not untraditional, it's like it's not done, meaning it is done. So at the end, the turnaround, instead of going... Instead of going, well, that's not exactly the first time. It stayed on, it hang on 4, and then it walked up to 5. But anyway, the point is, the second time around, what it did is... Do do ba dee dong, which I think is the same turnaround as is that Cantaloupe Island that uses those chords? That might be Cantaloupe Island. Anyway, all right, this next one is called Let the Battles Begin, a Merc's Job. Watermelon Man. Is that it? I knew it was one of those. Thank you, Bex. Yeah, those metallic clangs, that's kind of like anvil. Oh, down-pitched tambourine. Huh. Lovely. So we've heard different presentations of basically the same idea. It seems to me this must be the well, indeed, Let the Battles Begin, a battle theme. We've actually heard this also in disc 1 as well. This next one is called, when I say this, is not the exact same thing, but it's like the same thing. So this next one is called On Our Way. And yes, the anvil is a real instrument that actually is played in things. Anvil, also known as the instrument that is the hardest to miss. Indeed, imagine having to carry your anvil to practice. Mom! Oh, come on, bongos. This feels a little like Celine Dion. Yes, Cypress. That's what I'm talking about. Even like 2000s too. Beautiful. So the main, obviously, because it's Final Fantasy and the arrangers and composers are on absolutely the next level of their game. It's not the same chord progression every time it comes around. But basically, that song was built around a 1-6-2-5 chord progression at its most basic. So if we think about in music, we like to use numbers to associate with letters that then we associate with sounds. So it's kind of a 3-step process to get there, but walk with me here. So we're always going to have 7 letters. So we know A, B, C, D, E, F, G, and after we get to G, we go back to A, and we can start on one on any one of those. So G could be A, so G, A would be 2, B would be 3, C would be 4. If we start on D, D is 1, E is 2, F is 3, G is 4, A is 5. So 1, 6, 4, 5, starting on G, means we're going to go G, A, B, C, D, E to the 6. Excuse me, not 4, 5, 2, 5. And then 2 would be A, G, A. And then 5 would be D, G, A, B, C, D. So we have 1, 6, 2, 5 to 1. Okay, this next one is called The Star of Seventh Heaven. Interesting title. Oh, beautiful guitar. Oh! Oh gosh, the mix on that is just a little bass slide in there. Ah, we've heard this theme before. Can't quite place where. No, that's neither a glockenspiel nor is it a xylophone. That's an electric piano. Oh, beautiful. Beautiful. Absolutely, absolutely gorgeous. Speaking of gorgeous things, if you are a gamer and you'd like to learn more about music theory, there is a pinned chat in the chat and a pinned comment in the comments if you're watching this on demand with the 10 things every gamer should know about music theory. It's a free list for you from me, my gift to you. Check it out. Okay, this next one is called Lurking in the Darkness, Suspicious Man. Welcome, William Holly. Oh, come on now. Okay, so what was really interesting is like the whole piece, it's kind of like, ooh, we're being jazzy and things. And then right towards like 3/4 of the way through, it's like, or something like that. Hey, you get the idea. But the fact that they threw that little lick in there, by the way, a lick would be like a little melody, like a couple notes put together. It's a lick. The fact that they threw that little lick in there was just so fun. Okay. This next one is called Just Another Manic. Oh no, Just Another Job. Oh, beautiful. Okay, so now we're hearing the main theme, but in a minor, it's like a more sad presentation of the main theme. I mean, I think we're talking about the main theme, right? That one. That is the main theme, correct? Yeah, okay. And so what we're hearing now over and over is different presentations of the main theme. So even right there, I'll point it out when it comes back again. Yet different key, but also presented minor, reharmonized. Yes. Not only reharmonized, but sometimes different melody notes used as well. Oh, beautiful. Oh, that's so rich. Yeah, see, like right there, it wasn't quite the main theme. Yeah, all right. I'll show you guys what I mean. So this is just quoting the main theme over and over again. And when you quote a theme, it's a motif. So you know how they say leitmotifs for characters? That's where the idea comes from. It's motifs, like a fragment, a part of the theme. Just listen to the mix on that bass. It's so rich. All those basses. Oh. Ah. Okay. Okay, I'll show you guys what I mean. Okay. So look. Okay, see how that sounds kind of like a little happier? But if we go... No, I'm not getting up there. As opposed to so you see how depending on what I'm doing on the guitar, it makes the same melody sound different. That's one way of changing the melody, and they were changing it in many more ways than that. But just so you hear the difference of, you can have the same notes in the same order, but when you change the chords underneath it, it can make the whole thing feel completely different. It's like you see your friend going out to a party and they've got all their cool clothes on and like they've done their hair up and you're like, whoa, you look so cool. It's still your friend who you were hanging out with 4 hours ago who was wearing sweatpants and had like potato chip crumbs on their shirt that they've been wearing for 4 days. So it's like, it's the same friend, just completely presented in two different ways. Oh, Cypress. Oh, okay. That's when it's called lay down some rubber. Let's ride. Oh boy. Come on, drummer. Okay, Jimi Hendrix at Woodstock. Let's go. You know the sound when you mess up in Guitar Hero, like when you fail the song? Yo, are we gonna get one more riff here? Maybe? Wow, and if any of you like play guitar, that was actually kind of easy to do. It's like E power chord, G power chord, which you always see. I like to play with my pinky, and then just A, B flat A. Pretty cool. Tom Morello did that guitar part right. Exactly. Okay, this next part is called Midnight Spiral. Let the beat drop. Okay, so I just want to point something out. If you don't know how much work music production is, the fact that that song exists in a 7-disc soundtrack is mind-blowing, because that took a lot of work and a lot of know-how. And not that anything else didn't. Everything else did. Don't get me wrong. But the fact that that was as good as it was at doing what it was at such a high level is such a testament to the level of talent, skill, dedication, patience, and love of everyone who worked on this entire soundtrack. Absolutely incredible. This next one is called Speed Demon. Oh, I love that. That's very Steve Vai. Those violins. Steve Vai had a live album. Gosh. Where he had those two violin players on stage. Who knows which album I'm talking about? All these violins are sick, man. Oh, straight into the red zone. All those violins are sick, man. I love that bass now. I mean, let's do one more. This next one's called Run, Run, Run. I feel like it's gonna... Oh no, I thought it was gonna like feed into it like the last one did. Like, what? This reminds me of skating at a roller rink. Except this part. This is 2010s. Yeah. Opulent Heart says this is called Japanese industrial music. Love it. All right. You know what that so reminds me of? Let's see if I've got it. You're all that I want when you're lying in my arms. Find it hard to believe we're in heaven. You know that song? And then like the same sort of vibe, and that's what I remember skating to at a roller rink, because yeah, I'm that old. Hey, if you guys want to learn more about music theory, because all right, here's the thing. YouTube's saying now would be a good time to insert ads. Instead of making you watch an ad, I'm just going to let you know that there's a pinned chat in the chat, which is the 10 things every gamer should know about music theory. Go check it out. It's a free download for you. And if you're watching this on demand, there's a pinned comment. Say on demand. Video on demand? Later. If you're watching this later, there's a pinned comment in the comments. I miss roller rinks too. Roller rinks were amazing. And like, oh, they were so great. Well, this one's called I'm in love with Jessie's theme. Dum-a-dum-bum. Get it? What can I find a theme like that? No? Okay. Jessie's theme, here we go. Ooh, look out. This is so beautiful. That piano and that melodic guitar doubling each other. Absolutely beautiful. This next one is called Moonlight Thievery. He has gems like shards of moonlight. The Hobbit? Oh, okay. Yeah, more bongos, and that sounds like maracas. Doesn't sound like a cabasa to me, sounds like maracas. And again, this is like early 2000s Celine Dion vibes, man. It's awesome. Well, for a moment. Now it's turning a little ominous. I think the thievery is actually happening now. Those might actually be congas, and those might be bongos. But those are bongos. And that's something I'm not sure the name of. Oh, I love that. All right, come on now. Ah. Gorgeous. What an interesting composition from Masashi Hamauzu. I mean, what a piece of art. That was so cool. All right, this next one is called A Tower, A Promise. See, right, even there, that's a motif from the theme. In the second half of the theme, Bigaduba. Yeah, there it is. It's hinting at it. There it is. There it is. Now we're getting it for real. Down a minor third from where it was originally by the way, we've been tracking the minor thirds throughout this entire soundtrack. There it is. There it is again. Hinting at it. Okay, so let's talk about that whole piece. That piece was really cool because it was like hinting at actually going through that one part of the theme. And then sure enough, when we actually get it, we get it like this. I think, no, it was... I think it was, unless it was... Anywho, let's keep it rocking and rolling. Okay. This next one is called S7-6, Annex Diversion. Good luck remembering that for your diversion plan. I don't think this is 5/4, and I'll tell you why. Because the division of the beat changes. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, and 2, and 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, and 2, and 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1. Yeah, see? 1, 2, and 3, and 4, and 5. Okay, yeah. Okay, but it also does have the hallmark of being 5/4, which is that group of 3 and the group of 2. 5/4 rarely is 2 and then 3. Like if you listen to Bane's theme from the Christian Bale Batman series. Whatever it was. It's 5 like that. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We'll call it 5.
Yes, we're talking about Bane's theme now. You see, the fire rises when we play in 5/4. You've simply heard this theme. I was born in it, molded by it.
Yeah, exactly, Martin. Is it 3 plus 3 plus 2, or is it 5, 4? And it does 100% depend on how it was notated. By the way, I'm loving this.
Yes, the fire rises.
Get that bass just, getting down in there. Oh my goodness. Can I say that's my favorite song so far? Just because it was like Dream Theater style goodness, but like a little crazier. Like Dream Theater is crazy goodness, but it's like controlled crazy goodness. Do you know what I mean? It's like, there's this like a feeling of moving through something with Dream Theater, right? It's like there's a destination you're always going to, and this one was just like crazy time. That was so cool. All right, this next one is called Ignition Flame. Oh, come on. Oh, come on, build it up now. Oh, come on. Oh, come on and build it up. Come on now. Come on now. Oh, come on. Oh, come on. Don't tease me now. Oh, come on. Oh, boy. Oh, you better drop this thing. Oh, my gosh. Oh, my gosh, they better drop it. Yo, Austin, shout out. Okay, that was absolutely sick. All right, hear me out. What I was waiting for was it to like build to the pinnacle and then just like, and then just like, oh, be this massive hulking thing. But hey, that was super, super cool, and I absolutely loved it. All right, this next one is called Undercover of Roach. I mean, Undercover of Smoke. Yes, getting those strings from the last one coming in. Crazy drummer guy is back, says Cypress. Oh, come on, cello. Oh, come on. Was that a cello? I was so out of it, I couldn't even tell. Oh, come on. This is sick. Now this feels Avengers. This is a Marvel moment right here. Just for a moment. Oh, come on now. This is Jeff Beck, by the way. This guitar part is like so Jeff Beck. Yeah, so Jeff Beck. I want you guys to know, if you don't play music, just at what a high level absolutely every single track, every note, the mixing, the mastering, the instrumentalists they bring in, I mean, like, the level of it, man. Like, wow. Main theme of Final Fantasy VII Nightfall in the Undercity. Yeah, undefeated is a good term, Austin. I mean, here's our main theme. Beautiful on the cello. Interesting mix on the cello as well. Oh, just that Oh, it's those basses or cellos responding with those little fragments of the theme, motifs, if you will. But I mean, wow, love it. Oh my gosh. Oh. Okay, I hear what you mean by the Star Wars vibe, Skytron. I mean, what am I possibly going to say to that? That was just gorgeous. That was beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. And hey, if you want to learn more about beautiful music and want to learn more about music theory, get the 10 list. The list 10. The free list, the 10 things every gamer should know about music theory. It's pinned in the chat. If you're in the chat, it's going to be in the comments. If you're watching this later, it's free for you from me. This next one is called... So you can download it. You click on the link, you go and you download it, and it's for you. Okay, I actually think it emails to you. This one is called Whispers' Theme. Play Whispers' Theme. There we go. again, let's listen to the next one. This next one's called A New Operation. A New Operation. Hinting at our main theme there. Again, hinting at the main theme. Again, gesturing towards it. Oh, I love that. That's correct, Skytron, yeah. The Lord of the Rings is a masterclass in motifs, yeah. Absolutely beautiful. Absolutely amazing. If you'd like to learn more about music theory, grab the list of the 10 things every gamer should know about music theory. It's free for you, pinned in the chats or in the comments. And now just to put a pin in what I was saying, if you look at like and the Lord of the Rings honestly is one of the best examples I think in history of like a motif soundtrack. It's absolutely masterful. Because even the way that like, and I know we're here about Final Fantasy, but hear me out here. Like the way the elves theme is like twisted and perverted for like the orcs and evil, it actually totally aligns up with like the story of the original story of Tolkien, where the orcs were derivatives from the elves until he went and I think tried to change it, say Morgoth created the orcs to be separate from the anyway, it doesn't matter. That was super cool. Hey, please hit like, subscribe, smash that notification bell, and smash that like button, Hulk smash, and I mean, thank you all so much for watching. We're going to read some super chats now. And you also want to hit that notification bell to make sure you don't miss the next stream. Okay. And in the words of Galadriel, go back to the shadow, servant of Morgoth. Okay, that was absolutely amazing. I absolutely loved that music. It was incredible, top notch. It is literally an honor for my ears to listen to it because so much hard work went into that. The hours of work that went into that are, by my estimation, I mean, something absolutely insane. Thanks, Austin Lee Matthews, for joining us on this. Thank you to all our chatters and all our super chatters and our chatters in the chat. And everyone who subscribed. Thank you so much. This is super cool. You know, one of my first jobs was working at Panera Bread. And at Panera Bread, there, at least the time I was working, I think still today, there's 3 sides you can get. You can get chips, you can get bread, or you can get an apple. And so it was my job after I took the order to say, would you like chips, bread, or an apple? But see, I switched the order up and I said, would you like bread, chips, or an apple? And after saying it for so many hours, I just started to speed it up. I was like, all right, would you like bread, chips, or an apple? And people would be like, ooh, bread chips? I've never had bread chips before. I sure would like to try some bread chips. So that's my last one I served for today. I'll see y'all next time. Bye, guys. In the words of the poet, and girl, you know that ain't no lie. Bye, bye, bye. Bye, bye. If you're finding this video helpful, I have tons of courses in my community for gamers who want to create their own music. If you want our help to create your own music or to build a professional portfolio on Spotify, YouTube Music, and Apple Music, or you want help composing your first original soundtrack, click the link in the video description and apply for our Gamer Music Creator program now. There are tons of compositions and songs we've already helped gamers just like you create and release professionally. No previous musical experience is required. You can be a total beginner and we will show you every step of the way through creating and releasing your own music. You also do not need to buy extra gear. We give you everything you need from day one if you are accepted into our program. Click the link in the description and apply now. For Best Music Coach, my name is Dan, and you are watching a music teacher's reaction live and in real time to Final Fantasy. Yeah, you can tell it's live. The Final Fantasy VII Remake original soundtrack. I've never heard this before, other than hearing the original soundtrack of Final Fantasy VII previously on this channel. I have nothing prepared, no notes, no knowledge of what is about to happen to our ears in this about an hour and a half here together. If you'd like to learn more about music theory, there's a pinned chat in the chat. There's going to be a pinned comment in the comments with the 10 things every gamer should know about music theory. And with that, we're going to get rocking and rolling with Target Mako Reactor 5. Here we go. Hey chat, how's it going? From the not sold out Dan Studio Arena in Delaware, it's time! Okay, I'm done. Rounds. Yeah, Cloudweight Division, that's funny. This is beautiful. I do love games myself, and I do stream myself playing games. You can check out the links for that. The Twitch things on the home screen of the channel. It's up there in the banner. All right, that was a really cool way to start it off with. I love that little guitar riffy thing, like, or whatever it was. That was fun. All right, let's go to the next one, which is called Hurry. Hurry! No, oh, I was about to say it feels like it's about to start the battle theme. Same key too. Battle usually an F. All right, and I think it's a different thing too. But perhaps I just made a connection there because, like, if you think about the battle theme, it's like. And just having those moments in Hurry where it's something about, and we talked about this in the original one, that Nobuo Uematsu, he's spending a lot of time in F minor and coming back to F minor. It's felt a connection there. I think it's like also tempo too. If I heard them side by side, I might be able to point out more comparisons to you. Anyway, this next one is called Dogged Pursuit. Yeah, Elijah. BLZ, that's awesome. You got a Pikachu. See if I can sign into Instagram on this computer. I do like strings. Humazo also, yeah. Hamauzu also does like strings. We all love strings. Welcome to Kazoo Club, Nick. That's some mad triangle skills there, man. That's like working the small motor movements. You don't just I'm serious now. I'm not playing. You don't roll out of bed playing a triangle that precisely. Like, that actually takes some serious work and effort. Okay, so even though I'm missing a couple of the interior voices, I think it's fun to point out how you can kind of translate this stuff. How, like, that whole thing, basically, and again, I'm simplifying here, is like... And yes, you do lose some of the magic because the voices aren't there, but very fun to do on the guitar. All right, this next one is called... Oh, and to point out the music theory, because that's what we're here for. I'm not just here to jam along with songs. What we're looking at there is basically we're keeping one note on the bottom the whole time, and then we're taking the note that's on top and moving it progressively higher. So we have then. So here, the bottom note, the lowest note, is staying the same. It's always going to sound like that. So the top note changes to, which changes to, which changes to. This next one is called Born Survivors, Section C. And actually, before we listen to it, if anyone's wondering why people are super chatting with the names of, with the names of OSTs in the super chat, it's so that they upvote what I react to next, and that's how everyone supports the channel with super chats. And you are more than welcome to chime in and upvote whatever you want me to react to next in terms of video game soundtrack. Okay, the next one is called Born Survivors, Section C. Ah! Okay, so that was super cool. Now, what was really interesting and why you saw me getting a little confused is because there was a lot of dissonance. Now, there was dissonance in the lower sounding instruments. Because there was a lot of notes that were very close to each other in lower sounding instruments, I was having a little bit of a hard time picking out what was actually happening. That's something it's ear training, it's a skill, it's something clearly I need to go practice some more. But that was really cool, really delicious, very foreboding, also a little angry. I absolutely loved it. This next one is called Born Survivors, Section E. See, now I got it. Ooh, it's a workout. Ah, so heavy. All right, so just a little, not music theory thing, but like a little instrumental thing, if any of you are ever wondering. So when I was like, oh, it's getting tired, it's because I've not been playing a lot of guitar lately, which means my stamina or my ability to play the same thing over and over again for an extended period of time has vanished in the wind, like so many flower petals in the autumn time. So what was cool is it was like, and then it was like, and then it went up a whole step to, come on, brain. And also, if that's reminding you of the Duel of the Fates from Star Wars, it's also reminding me of the Duel of the Fates from Star Wars. Except that would be... Whereas this is... where Duel of Fates be... Okay, so this one is called Crab Warden. Oh! There it is. Oh, come on now. Oh, this is sick. Agreed, Chris. Just the variations in general are sick. What? Beautiful. D minor now? Okay, a couple of things. That is definitely my favorite battle theme so far, and I'm going to tell you why. So, first of all, it starts off like it's in C minor. So already it's like, oh, okay, yeah, we're taking the battle theme that's up until now basically been presented in F minor. We're changing the key down to C minor. Then it has this moment where you think it's going to be in D minor, but it's not. It's actually finding its way back to F minor. And then it went back, and then it went to like B flat minor, and then back to D. And I'm not going to get the order right here because a lot happened. But it was like B flat minor, then back to D minor, then F minor, then back to C minor, then really actually in D minor, and then F minor. One of the really cool things, gosh, let's see if I can remember it. What was it? Oh yeah, right at the end, they introduced a new way of getting to the flat 6 of F that we actually haven't heard before in this soundtrack. Which was, check this out. It's basically you're going to do an F, you're basically going to have an F minor, excuse me, then you're basically going to have like an F minor 13, but you put the 13 or the D in the bass, and then it's going to be a half step down to the D flat. So check this out. It was F minor to basically, and you could call that D half diminished, but here's the thing. For me, the implication there, the impetus of what was happening, the intention there was very much that it was in F minor and that just the bass note was changing, but it was really staying F minor up top. So it's like F minor with the D in the bass, then the D flat, then the E flat, then the F minor. And if you watch any of the streams before, maybe it's your first time, so you don't know, one of the most common groups of chords you use in a minor key together are going to be the 1, the flat 7, and the flat 6. And so the flat 6, flat 7, and the 1, just like that in various combinations. So a very interesting way of finding a new and different pathway into those 3 chords that, well, we just have not heard before, and that was really cool, and I really, really enjoyed that transition there. That was fun. In addition to the bajillions of keys we meandered our way through this awesome boss fight music with. Okay, this one is called Undercity Suns. So going up a minor third, now no longer. I love the texture too of the way the strings are mixed with like those little, like 1 or 2 tiny hits coming in on the left side. My personal preference is that I love strings with like music like this, like hard hitting music that has strings in it. For me, all day, every day. Maybe it's not your preference, but like Metallica did a whole album with the San Francisco Symphony Orchestra, and like that is my jam, as is this. Because I love that sort of rock thing with orchestral strings on top, especially when the strings are done in a really tasteful way. But not just tasteful, it's like more complex, right? Because if you think about the way strings are used in like pop music and disco music, a lot of times it's just in octaves doing little pentatonic-y run type things. But when you have them here like this and they're really holding I'm not saying they don't hold their own in pop music. I'm just saying when you have that real sort of composer style, like things are happening with the strings while the rock cool stuff too. And I'm not saying the other stuff isn't cool. My goodness, how many holes am I going to dig myself into? Let's just listen to the next one. This one is called Tightrope. This is actually following a similar chord progression to the last song, if not the same chord progression. also going to break down just how cool. All right, so what was really cool here is, like, right here. Okay, it's just like Phrygian, right? We had the flat 2. No, but then right there, that wasn't flat 2. So we actually had, it was switching off between a flat 2 and a natural 2. If my ears are not completely fooling me, it was like switching off between... and... So, there's only one note that's changing there, and that's the difference between and. So just right there, an exercise in creativity, how just changing one note in the same sort of riff, well, makes it no longer the same riff. Very cool. This next one is called Maze of Scrap Metal. That's Sakuhachi way in the back. And then that feedback sound, wild. Oh, listen to that bass, man. That's like a sub kick drum down there. Yeah, right there. You hear that? And right there, that little thing right there, we've heard something like that in the battle themes as well. That's wild because that feedback sound came right after this percussion thing. Guys, it's getting a little hot in here. I'm gonna turn the fan on. Tell me if you hear it. You guys hear that fan? hear the fan? No? Type of 2 if you can hear the fan. Type of 3 if you're a troll. Alright, this next one is called Critical. Critical Shot. I see some of you are good at math. It's still cut. Yeah, I'm sorry guys, I can't get you the whole track name. It's cut because the preamble's so long. And I did look for a way to get it to auto-scroll and I couldn't find it. Now, I didn't mention, but y'all should hang out to the end of the stream because we actually have some bonus tracks, and I'm sure you also want to hear my final reaction and summary, so make sure you hang out to the end of the stream. This next one is called Game Over. Continue. Not thinking, I just wanted to do the Super Smash Brothers voice because I thought I was doing it like pretty well. Well, that was lovely. Hey, speaking of lovely things, if you want to learn more about music theory, there's a free list for you to download. It's pinned in the chat. If you're in the chat, it's going to be pinned in the comments. If you're in the comments, 10 things every gamer should know about music theory. It's a free download for you from me. Take it. All right, this next one is called The Rendezvous Point. Oh, so right at the end, there's a little whole tone scale. Oh, hang on. I want to explain this to you. So, what a whole tone scale is, I call it a whole tone scale. Really, it was just ascending whole steps. It's not technically a scale. But look, whole tones. So, whole tones is when you go up by whole steps. So you can actually see the whole steps on my guitar. So from here to here, this is a half step. Let's see, let's make sure you can see it. Okay, from here to here is a half step. So like from one shiny metal thing to the next shiny metal thing, that's a half step. You can hear that's a difference. Yeah. Now, from this shiny metal thing, if we skip this shiny metal thing, we go to the next shiny metal thing. That is a whole step. So you can see that all I'm going to do right now is go up by two shiny things at a time, or go up by whole steps. Jaws. Yes, very good call, pawn stream there, or pone stream as the case may be, as in strong bad would pone people, or Homestar. Anyway, so yeah, so great ears. Someone in the chat just was like, hey, is that Jaws? And actually, it's the same key as Jaws, using the same notes, just wrong octave. The right octave would be down here. Okay. This next one is... I totally lost my place. This next one's called the Airbuster. I'm pretty sure you guys don't really want to hear that, do you? Yeah, I mean, like, we could probably just stop the stream right now and, like, all go home and, you know, like, take a nap or eat a sandwich. No? It's time? Let's go? Skip this one. Woo! All right, here we go, guys. You've been talking about this one since literally the first part of this series. Let's do this thing. Oh. The next one is a trap. The next one's the Airbuster. My bad. Like I said, I was a little lost. Airbuster's next. No worries. And we're hearing little bits of our battle theme here. By the way, I did not mean to do that. I genuinely thought I was about to play Airbuster. I'm sorry for the build up there. Yeah, we're hearing elements from the battle theme here. Yeah. Yeah, trolling so hard I trolled myself. Exactly, Leor. Try lighting, that's hilarious. All right, absolutely beautiful. Okay, this next song is called Airbuster. If you'd like to learn more about music theory, check out the 10 list of everything gamers should know about music theory. It's pinned in the chat or in the comments. Here we go. Airbuster. Let's rock it and roll it. I wanted some more of those hits with the whole band. That was sick. Love it. Come on, drums. Yeah, that was pretty sick. That was awesome. Loved it. Honestly, some of the other battle themes blew my mind a little bit more. This may be controversial to say. I did love it, though. This next one is called Who Am I? Yeah, that crab was pretty good, man. I don't know. We'd have to go back and like rate the boss themes. That it was, don't get me wrong, it was good. Yeah, I agree with you, Skytron. I feel like maybe if the mixing had been different, it would have hit a little harder. It was like there was so much going on, it was almost the power was pulled back. Very interesting chords at the end. This next one is called The Turks Theme. Sorry, I thought they did the same thing they did last time. Should have known better, it's Final Fantasy. Beautiful, that was a lot of fun, and it was just cool. All right, this next one is called The Turks Reno. love those dynamics. Dynamics is when music gets louder or more quiet. That is something weird's going on with the compressor. Now, this is playing on a theme you heard earlier in a couple songs. That's the Shinra theme. Come on now. Oh, this is sick, man. Oh god, I love how, like, textured, like the amount of friction just in the mix. Oh, it's delicious. This is a gorgeous sound. Like, Mick Gordon, eat your heart out. That sound right there, not saying it's better, but like, that would have fit in Doom really well. Also, listen to the sound of the kick drum. There's two separate sounds. So there's a high part and a low part, so all the guitars and basses and everything else that's getting real chunky can sit in the middle. Digital Decade, I wasn't counting, sorry. I was just enjoying myself a lot. I don't know. Let's got one more, just a gander. Okay, see, look. Yeah, look, you could get real complicated with trying to decode what's going on there time-wise. But someone gave me a very valuable lesson a long time ago when I was doing this transcription. And when you transcribe music, there's a couple ways of doing it. You could hear music and then play it back on the guitar like I do sometimes here. I hear it and I play back. Technically, I'm transcribing onto the guitar. You could also write down an actual musical notation, what's happening, or you could record it somehow. Transcribing is just taking something from something else and putting it somewhere else. So I was transcribing this thing, and I showed it I was working on to this buddy of mine who'd already graduated music school. And he goes, man, this whole thing is in 4/4, and I had like 5/4, 6, like you like simple meter, then like compound meter, then like odd time signatures, and it was just like this insane thing. And he looked at it for like 2 seconds. He's like, "Dude, this whole thing is in 4/4. Just look at it. It's 4/4, and you just syncopated," and things like that. So yes, there's two ways we could attack looking at that time signature. We could look at it as it's something super complicated, or we could we could look at it just as 2 3 4 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4 1. So we will know when we see the composer's score what the artistic intention was, and until we see that, we won't know. This next one is called Flowers Blooming in the Church. But I wanted to share that story with you as just like, whenever I rush into calling something some crazy time signature and being like, oh my gosh, this is insane. I'm like, but hang on. Could this also just be 3/4? Could this also just be 4/4? Could this just be 7 and they're grouping it weird? Like, having that sort of a philosophy has worked out for me, I think. Anyway, this next one is called Flowers Blooming in the Church. So the thing is, like, the normal melody for Aerith's theme would like work over those chords there. And I only know this because I was looking at chat. Chat says, "Oh, this is Aerith coming back." I was like, "Oh, okay." Whatever it is. There it is. Okay. Yeah, there it is. And now you're getting the real theme. Ooh. Oh, so pretty. Beautiful ending there too, going to the flat six, basically borrowing it from the minor key. So yeah, you could hear that these composers are so great because like you can hear it's about Aerith before you actually get to it, because you can hear that difference between the which is I'm losing it, but anyway, very cool. I lost it. We're gonna forget that happened, and we're just gonna move forward. This next one is called "Under the Rotting Pizza." Under the rotting pizza, down where it's moldy, you can't come cold me, and we'll eat pizza, eat pizza. Okay, here we go. Oh, come on. Oh, come on. You know, I'm more of an electric player than an acoustic player, and you can really tell when I pull stunts like that. Alright. This next one is called Anxiety. Descending by a minor third. No, I cannot feel the anxiety, but I'm starting to feel hungry. It's been a while since lunch. Heinrich. Yeah. I had breakfast and lunch. I shouldn't be eating after 10 p.m. It's not 10 p.m. my time, try letting. I'm not in Europe. Oh, rice, I wish I had. That sounds like a fantastic and phenomenal move. Okay, that was beautiful. This next one is called Eris Theme, Home Again. Home, interestingly, that's where I order pizza. Tja, auf Deutschland. Ist spät, Nacht und ich will schlafen machen. Ich habe viele Schlafens gemacht. Oh.
Du hast mich.
I'm sorry, I'm having fun. I know it's a serious song, but I'm having fun. Oh, interesting. Hier kommt die Sonne. Umstel-dumtel. Hier kommt der Sonne. Hier kommt die Sonne. Schnitzel, Schnitzel. Hier kommt der Sonne. All the love to you, everyone who speaks German. I wish I could speak it as good as you do. So he was doing like "Here Comes the Sun," and then instead of saying "ya do 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 do," I was saying "Schnitzel Schnitzel." Ooh. That was truly beautiful. Now, if you'll indulge me before we listen to the next one. Here kommt die Sonne, Schnitzel, Schnitzel. Hier kommt der Sonne und ich will sprechen. Alles ist gut. Yeah, I know I butchered that. But anyway, okay. This next one is called Hollow Skies. Yeah, no, I'm sorry, Killer King. Subscribe. Oh, that's beautiful. Sorry. Oh, this is so beautiful. I love this. Oh. Okay, so let me explain something really cool to you about the just first two chords of this song. So it starts off with a C major 7, but this is no ordinary C major 7. This is a C major 7 sharp 4 or sharp 11, or really, if we're using very correct terms, augmented fourth, or add augmented fourth, really, because we still have the third in there, so we should specify the add. And then, of course, you could go in and really complain about the octave, and that technically, yes, that is indeed one octave higher, so it indeed would be an augmented 11th, but whatever. I just made the argument for you, so there you go. All right, so right here, we're alternating between having that note, this note up here, when we have the C playing, is the sharp 4, and then we switch to an E minor. And when we play the E minor, this note becomes slightly more pedestrian, not quite as exotic as a sharp 4, but it just becomes a 9, or rather a 2. And then, again, you notice I said sharp 4. Speaking of music theory, if you are a gamer and you'd like to learn more about music theory to understand the way your favorite video game soundtracks works, there's a free download for you in the chats. It's pinned. It's the 10 things every gamer should know about music theory, and it's also going to be in the comments if you're watching this after the stream. Okay, this next one is called, go check it out and download it. It's free. The next one is called Let the Battles Begin, The Hideout. Yeah. B minor. There we go. Oh, Golden Pig. Squiddy. This is like a very subdued version of the battle theme that we've been hearing throughout this entire soundtrack. Again, same key, but it's a much more relaxed version. I like it. Now, we have one more song for today, but hang out, because not only do we have my final reaction, but we have a bonus track as super chatted by Pikachu that we're all going to take a listen to, so make sure you hang out. This next one is called Whack-a-Box. My stream's slightly delayed, so I saw what that looked like. All right, that was super cool. Now, make sure you hang out for my final reaction and also summary. Hey, before we do the final reaction summary, if you're a gamer and you want to learn more about music theory, there's a free list for you to download. It's the 10 things every gamer should know about music theory. You really should know about it because it's been downloaded over 2,000 times now. So that means 2,000 other people know this, and you might not. So go ahead and grab that free list. Okay, and the link for that is in the chat pinned at the top, or you can be in the comments pinned at the top. Yeah, so that was really fun. Hey, let's check out this extra track from Pikachu. Oh, is this going to be a Black Mage's version of something we listened to? Okay, this is a Black Mage version of... Oh, yeah, come on now. Hang on, let me just make sure my audio routing here is good and y'all can hear that. Can they hear it? Can they hear it? Yeah, you guys should be able to hear that. All right, here we go. Oh, let's go. I have a fever. Only thing that can fix it. Oh, I love it. It's like so deep purple. Oh, come on. Oh, come on, come on, come on, come on. on, cymbals. Oh, yes. That was sick. Thank you for recommending that, Pikachu. All right, my final reaction and summary. Hey, I'm absolutely loving this. I'm enjoying this, honestly, more than the original. I understand the genius of the original and totally appreciate for it. But like how a lot of these songs, okay, well, I shouldn't say I'm enjoying it more. I'm enjoying it differently than the original. I'm really loving the rock out with your socks out, like ready to rumble, like plus the strings, like just crazy vibes. Yeah, and absolutely loving the arrangement, the compositions, just incredible, exactly like John Lord. For Best Music Coach, my name is Dan, and you are watching a music teacher's reaction live in real time to Final Fantasy VII Remake original soundtrack. I've never heard this music before. Never before in my life. I have heard the original Final Fantasy VII soundtrack, but not the remake before. No prior preparation, no prior knowledge. I'm going into this, well, I guess we could say blind. Blind's not technically the right word, but you understand what I mean. And we're going to get this rocking and rolling live and in real time. If you are a gamer and you'd like to learn more about music theory and understand a little bit more about music theory, there is a pinned chat in the chat and a pinned comment in the comments with the 10 things every gamer should know about music theory. It's been downloaded over 2,000 times. It's free for you. Go check it out. Okay, we're going to go and start rocking and rolling with Midnight Rendezvous. Oh, yes, love that bass. Oh. This reminds me a little bit of Celeste and a little bit of Undertale too. It is very calming, isn't it, Monty? Rest up and feel better, Everman. You did make it to me. What a beautiful way to start this off. Oh, that was beautiful. Hey, and if any of you are wondering why on earth people are super chatting with the names of soundtracks, well, that's the way everyone supports this channel. They're upvoting what I'm going to react to next with super chat. So you support the channel and you get to pick what I react to next, which is pretty fun and pretty cool. You decide. Okay, this next one is called, by the way, anyone can vote for any OST, and you are more than welcome to do that. This next one is called Collapsed Expressway. Like a little Bollywood. You can hear there's a tambura in the back. Also, the strings are playing. This is absolutely beautiful, by the way. I mean, just the mix is so yummy if you're wearing headphones. You got it, Alfie, and I will read all the super chats out at the end of the stream. The next one is called High Five. Before we run into it, so just to talk about that last one, so there was a distinct Indian influence in that, not only from the way the strings were playing, there was other figures the strings were doing as well that were very sort of Bollywood Indian type of thing. We could also hear mixed way in the back, there was indeed a tambura drone going on, kind of meh sort of sound going on. Obviously, it sounds a lot cooler than what I just did. But very interesting to hear that Indian influence. It's definitely the first time in 68 tracks that we've really heard that influence. So very unique, very distinct, very interesting. This next one is called High Five. Okay, so I want to point something out to you. You have the strings and everything. It's like what, and in between each one of those is a kick. That's called a side chain compressor. It's where you use one instrument to lower the volume of other instruments. going on there. So you have the kick drum, and every time the kick drum plays, it brings the volume down of all the strings and everything. Oh, it's gorgeous. Oh, come on, get housey now. Let's go. I mean, just the chords themselves are fascinating. So like those times where the 3 is in the bass, so the chord really is in first inversion. And then changing back and forth between the chord being in first inversion and then going back to like, well, it not being in first inversion. Very interesting. It's just like one moment it was like, and then like, fascinating. And also very interesting textures to hear in that style of music. This next one is called The Oppressed. Beck's Bad Booties. Yeah, it's like, yeah, do the marching band reggae. Yes, Gwen Stefani, great call. Yeah, a little ska. All right, so guys, something really interesting that was happening here. So look, the main song was basically going B flat minor to B major, or perhaps if we're starting B flat minor, it would in fact be C flat minor, might be the more correct way of thinking of that B there. But anyway, C flat major, excuse me. So basically the whole time, it's like we're in this Phrygian thing, right? But here's what happens. The first time we went like this, to 2 minor, and then flat 6, flat 7, 1, which, as you know, if you watched the stream before, flat 6, flat 7, 1, 3 of the most common chords to hear in a minor song. And so if you haven't heard about it before, so let's think of B as being 1. So C would be 2, D would be 3, E would be 4, F would be 5, G would be 6. And then after G, we're going to go back to A would be 7. So some kind of A, so some kind of G for 6, some kind of A for 7, back to some kind of B for 1. And then what was really interesting is the next time it departed from it, it did a B flat minor to C minor, so for those of you who are keeping track of the modes here, the first mode, technically, that we would use sort of like very, very one-to-one was we would have B flat to perhaps C flat major, or B major itself. That would be your B flat Phrygian. Now, next what happens is we have B flat minor to C minor. Now, as soon as we go to C minor, we mess with everything because the 5 of C is G, which means now the mode we would be using would be a Dorian mode. Here's what gets really cool. Right after we hit that C minor, then we go to G flat, A flat, B flat, which means as soon as we go to that G flat, we're no longer in Dorian land. We're no longer in raised 6 land. We got to go back to the G flat. And then that just happens over a longer period of time in the second way it was departed from, which is the B flat minor to the C minor to the D flat minor. Because once you do, all you're really doing right there is harmonizing the B flat Dorian scale, just going up using triads. So that is my very long-winded speech for how much I enjoyed that, and that was really cool. All right, this next one is called Do Recompense. Oh, this is funny. Welcome, band. Oh, excuse me. Maybe I had it wrong. Maybe it wasn't B flat major. Maybe it was B minor. Because right here, that's a B minor. I could have had that wrong. my goodness, Chris. Oh, that's the first time I've ever seen that in my life. Well, I mean, a standing ovation for Chris, who just gifted 5 memberships to this channel. Well, on behalf of everyone, like, thank you, Chris. Wow, that was cool. Thank you. All right, this next one is called Wall Market, the town that never sleeps. Come on, Eileen. That was a wild journey, that one. And this next one is called Wall Market, Chocobo Sam. Like what? Okay, well that was very playful. This next one is called The Most Muscular. Here's our Indian influence again here. Oh, Wall Market. Sorry, I was ahead of myself there. It was Wall Market Madam M. Wow, so I mean tablas, like sitar, this kind of sitar thing. That, I forget the name of that drum. No, the tambura goes boing, doing, doing. So on top, right there, that's the tabla. But underneath you, that drum, I don't remember the name of that one. All right, this next one is called The Most Muscular. This time it's really called that. Oh, come on. Get reggaeton now. Let's do this thing. Add a version of the battle theme. I messed up. That's okay. And of course, doing something funky at the end, ending on an F. This next one is called An Unforgettable Night. Love those haze. Oh, we're going 8-bit now. That was, I do recall something like that from the other time. Perhaps it was the Honey Inn. People were talking about that. That rings a bell. This next one is called The Sweetest Honey, or something like that. Six, 2, 5. That, I mean, was wild. A quick shout out to BMO McGrim for your generous super chat. I'll read all the super chats at the end of the soundtrack. This section is called Really, guys? Okay. The name of this next one is Luxury Massage. Okay, so in the past one and the past song and this song as well, we had lots of whole steps. Going back and forth by whole steps. That was an interesting one. Okay, this next one is called Tonight's Corneo Cup.
Oh, this is sick.
Hey, if I ever have a YouTube channel, if this YouTube channel ever like really blows up big, I mean like millions and millions of followers, and like I become like a YouTuber, like that's known, like, oh, I don't know, Jake Paul. And then one day I decide to quit everything I'm doing and just focus on boxing. That's going to be my entrance music. If we get there. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Hey, speaking of crossing bridges, if you would like to cross the bridge to understand more about music theory, there's a free list, the 10 things every gamer should understand about music theory. There's a link pinned in the chat, or it's going to be in the comments. It's free for you to go. You just like thing, and then I email it to you. It's great. It's free, and then there's more free stuff after that actually as well. Okay. This next one is called Corneo Coliseum. I can English. Okay. You know, some of you may wonder, hey Dan, why do you always just like get bluesy on things? It's because that's what I like doing. I went to school for 4 years playing jazz. And guess what I love doing the entire time? Getting bluesy on jazz. I just like getting bluesy. I don't care how complicated the harmony is. I like getting bluesy. It's what makes me happy. All right, this next one is called Coliseum Deathmatch. Ruh-roh. This doesn't sound like death. Oh yeah, now maybe. Oh, I love that. Okay, so let's talk about the riff. So the riff was like, and then it went to G, it was the same thing, just down a major third. Now let's talk about where this riff might come from. I would argue Hey Bulldog by the Beatles might have influenced that riff. Okay, this next one is called Just Desserts. When I eat dinner, I like to eat just desserts. All right, that was sick. Hey, let's talk about that riff for a second. So a lot of times guitar players for rock things will play something called a power chord. Now, what a power chord is you start on one note, then you count up 5 notes, and then you play those 2 notes together. So let's say, all right, so let's say we're going to start on a D. So we go D, E, F, G, A, because A comes after G in music notes. So we go D, A. We play those together at the same time. Now what happened here is we took the A note, and we dropped it down an octave. So then it's no longer a perfect fifth, it's actually a perfect fourth, or as I like to call it, a power chord that's being inverted. And then just sliding that inverted power chord up and down sounds super heavy. And well, that's how it goes. I don't know, punk rock. Jeremiah says power chords, aka the only chords we know in punk rock. I don't know, because if you go back, I can't think of any off the top of my head, but I know I've heard some punk songs that have like chords like with more than 3 notes. And not, when I say 3 notes, 3 different notes, not iterations of the same note. Like a 3-note power chord just has an iteration of the same note twice. Yeah. I feel like some Green Days had some full chords in it that like hit pretty hard. But anyway, okay. Green Day is not just punk. They're also pop and kind of like whatever they want to be. All right, the next one is called Electric Executioners. Oh my. Oh, this is a 7-string guitar right here. Let's go. Just a C note underneath the whole thing. A C of C, if you will. That is true, Average. That is very true. Yeah, that entire American Idiot album looks like power chords. That was sick. That was a nice like Dream Theater-esque type thing to get back into that. And like that right there, that is so As I Am Dream Theater right there, like that pinch harmonic. And just to be clear, before anyone gets insulted, the name American Idiot was the title of an album by Green Day in the 2000s. This next one is called Hell House. Shout out AC. Oh, we're getting hints of battle music. We're hearing so many different themes, motifs I should say, from themes showing up right now. Yeah, we're just hearing it, and it's just coming at you in 20 different ways, too. And so, even right here, it's like taken from, we even heard versions of like the main theme coming out. Haunted guitar. These repeated patterns. Bam, 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 bam. We hear these a lot in Ace Attorney during moments of real conflict and gravitas. It's from versions of little motifs, plays on motifs we've heard from things before. Like the brass are doing little gestures from the battle theme. Oh my gosh. There you go. We're hearing little gestures at the main theme. We're going to let it play straight into the next one, because the next one is Victory Fanfare. I'm assuming we just beat the house. All right, so let's talk a little bit about Hell House. Hell House, for me, was maybe not my favorite in terms of like something I'd go back to, but I mean, so incredibly layered and thoughtfully crafted to take motifs from different themes we've been hearing throughout the game and to reshape them, remold them, reuse them in really interesting ways to create something that was just really spectacular, and I 100% loved listening to. I watch with my ears. This next one is called A Certain Gaudiness. Aerith. What's this? Aerith won the lottery and shows up in like a limo, and you're like, oh. Yeah, that bass player, come on now. Lee, that was pretty funny. Okay, that was interesting. It was like Aerith's theme, but kind of like she won the lottery. This next one is called Let the Battles Begin Remake. That's a little piece from our battle theme. A motif, if you will. This next one is called Stand Up. So we can tell who the real Slim Shady is.
Life can be hard, it can be bitter, but we can make it oh so sweet. Here at the Honeybee, in every moment.
I have no idea what's happening right now. Okay. So the very first chord sounded like it was going to be Aerith.
Stand up and cast your fears aside. Stand up and bear your soul with pride. Stand up and cast your fears aside. Stand up and bear your soul with pride.
Shout out Austin Lee Matthews, welcome. Oh yeah, come on, claps. Oh yeah, groove. Yeah, sax, come on, baby. That, yeah, that was very, very interesting. This next one is called Sync or Swim, but Sync is spelled S-Y-N-C, not S-I-N-C. See, they're playing with the words you see there. Oh, down the boogie down, down the boogie down. That's what song this is. Earth, Wind, and Fire. That's what this is. Oh, sorry, this one is Sink or Swim. The last one was Funk, F-U-N-K with me. That makes a little bit more sense. This one is Sink. Oh, come on now. Oh, that feels so good in my ears in the best way. Oh, that groove is awesome. Like right there, letting that envelope go and that reverb, beautiful moment. Or maybe they didn't have an envelope around them. Maybe it's just they automated the reverb right there. But that was beautiful. This is Vibe Valentino. Wow, this is some wild stuff. Now, if you've never written music or produced music before, to be able to do it so accurately in so many different genres is really a challenge. And it's such a high level. Oh, I wish this song lasted longer, but it's not. And that's it. This next one is Stand Up Reprise. We get to revisit an old friend. Here we go. Oh, this is sick. Yeah, exactly. House. This next one is called Dawn of the Slums. Not like Dawn of the Dead, but dawn as in like, on this, the day of my daughter's wedding, dawn. Oh, I love that clarinet. Oh, that clarinet is taking no prisoners, man. Oboe clarinet. Oh, I love this part. Oh yeah, come on, shred that thing, oboe and clarinet. Oh! That was honestly, I hear the chat saying that it's about a creepy dude, but that was a very interesting piece of music, and I love the play. There must be, there's got to be something. Is there something where like there's two henchmen who are like always fighting, or like are goofballs, or there's like two dogs, or there's something about this person where they have two things that are around them that just sort of like comedy relief off each other or something? Yeah. Because the way it's playing off each other. All right. Hey, before we go on to the next one, if you want to understand more about music theory, there's a free download for you. It's pinned in the chat, or it's going to be pinned in the comments if you're watching this afterwards. And it's the 10 things every gamer should know about music theory. It's been downloaded over 2,000 times. You don't want to miss out. Go grab it. It's free, and you get more free stuff like tomorrow or the next day or something like that as well. It's really cool. Okay, this next one is called The Audition. Oh, come on now. I hear so much Jeff Beck influence in this, man. It's not over. Oh, come on now. Oh, that was sick. It's not over. It's gonna come back. So dubsteppy, man. I love it. That was good dubstep too, man. Man, I remember when Bangarang came out, I did not know what was. Oh, we heard that. Where did we hear that that theme before? Tifa. Thank you, Austin. Oh, this is sick. Ah, hints of the battle. Ah, we're changing it up now. This is sick, man. This is sick. Yeah, an Erhu, yeah. Love that groove, man. Love it. What a great way to end this part 4 of 8 Final Fantasy Remake. So, guys, I actually really enjoyed this disc. I understand it didn't have a lot of like the sort of big things everyone's looking for. Like everyone's like hyping up certain songs, but like the artistry and the incredible, I mean, the execution, the mixing, the mastering. I honestly cannot think from like, I don't know, man. I don't know if I've heard a better video game soundtrack than this. I really don't. It's so good. I really don't. If you're finding this video helpful, I have tons of courses in my community for gamers who want to create their own music. If you want our help to create your own music or to build a professional portfolio on Spotify, YouTube Music, and Apple Music, or you want help composing your first original soundtrack, click the link in the video description and apply for our Gamer Music Creator program now. There are tons of compositions and songs we've already helped gamers just like you create and release professionally. No previous musical experience is required. You can be a total beginner and we will show you every step of the way through creating and releasing your own music. You also do not need to buy extra gear. We give you everything you need from day one if you are accepted into our program. Click the link in the description and apply now. For Best Music Coach, my name is Dan, and what you are doing right now is you're watching a music teacher's reaction live and in real time to Final Fantasy VII Remake, original soundtrack part 5. We've been doing this for a while. We still got a ways to go, but let's rock and roll. I've never heard this music before in my life. I have heard some of these songs in the original soundtrack, which I did listen to on this channel already. But other than that, I have no prior knowledge, no preparation, and we're just gonna rock and roll and kind of like see what happens. I'll give you some opinions, some tips, some tricks, maybe break down some music theory along the way. And if you happen to want to know more about music theory, there's a free download for you over there in the chat, pinned with the 10 things every gamer should know about music theory. You can go ahead and grab that. It is free. Okay, we're gonna start rocking and rolling with Abzu. Hey chat, how's it going? We got the battle coming in. All right. Back to F minor, which by the way is where we hear a lot of these battle themes, is in F minor. Would you hear it in other keys? So what's interesting about this battle theme already is we've heard some very wild variations and journeys off the battle theme so far. What we're hearing here is actually a relatively straightforward presentation of the whole thing. Yeah. Okay, so Dragonis Xavier, or Xavier, I don't know what country you're from, how you pronounce that. But the point is, Xavier pointed out something really interesting. He's like, wow, finally one that sounds like Nobuo Uematsu, because we've heard so much. And someone actually made a comment about this in part 1 of this series of the remake, saying it was like, it's so cool to hear what the arrangers did, reworking these amazing compositions. And it's so much fun. It's amazing. But the compositional way and the voice with which Nobuo Uematsu laid out everything in the original soundtrack was much more like what we just heard. It was an A to B thing, whereas now in this remake we have these sort of flights, these extra things where it's like we recognize a part of it, but it's like it's the remix. It's like, yeah, I wouldn't say Vanilla Coke, because I don't think anyone liked Vanilla Coke, and this is like possibly the best video game soundtrack I've ever heard in my life. So it's not that, but it's like, yeah, you kind of lose something and you gain something. This next one is called Rough Waters. Also, for any of you who are joining us who are wondering why on earth people are super chatting and saying the names of soundtracks, that's how everyone supports the channel. They super chat, say the name of the soundtrack. We have a spreadsheet, and we actually upvote the soundtracks based on super chats, and that's how we support the channel. This next one is called Rough Waters, and you are more than welcome to super chat and request a video game soundtrack. Rough Waters, here we go. Yeah, I know, Andrew, some people don't like Vanilla Coke. Yeah, okay, but you lose something in the sense of the continuity. Tola Miach. But you're right, there's a lot to be gained here. Captivated the essence. It's like, it's still the thing. Oh, what's a good example? It captures the main idea. It still tells the same story, but in a more Marvel movie. Okay, you remember like the first Iron Man movie? That came out, we were like, what? All right, I'm sorry, I'm talking over the music. I'll finish this explanation after the music. I'll get to captures the essence in a second. So you see, there's a game called Minecraft. Okay, so what I mean by oh no, now I forgot my great example. Gosh, someone help me. What was I saying when I said I wasn't going to talk over the music? I had such a great thing lined up. Someone help me. What was I saying? Original cast of things we must know. Don't lose that and that's one last. Oh right, the Marvel movies. Okay, yeah, thank you. So guys, look. The best way I can explain this to you and break it down for you is musically what we're experiencing. It's like the evolution of the Marvel universe, right? So it's like Iron Man starts on Earth. It's literally a man and a blowtorch, right? Using metal. It's like the scale was tiny, but at the time we didn't understand how tiny the scale was, right? We were experiencing this very small thing. And then the Infinity Saga ends with like multi-dimensional portals, infinity stones, snaps, people turning into dust, like jumping between planets is totally accepted at this point. Like multiverse is fine. There's a Doctor Strange who's a sorcerer. We've all accepted that, right? By the time we get to the end. And so at that point too, it's like the visual effects are like turned up to 12. It's like everything's shiny, the explosions are bigger. And even if you look at a middle point, you look at like Age of Ultron, right? Which was like in the middle. Right there, the scale's getting bigger. It's like a whole city is in jeopardy. But you can see very clearly, okay, from Iron Man through the end of the Infinity Saga, and that's part of the brilliance of Kevin Feige, right, is that it's this steady progression of the stakes raising and the things getting bigger and the budgets getting bigger and the effects, everything getting bigger. So what we see with the music is that we see, like, Nobuo Uematsu's, like, first... You know, the original soundtrack, it's like Iron Man. It's an amazing movie. It's incredible. It's groundbreaking. Like, no one thought it could be done that well. I mean, not saying no one believed in him, but like, absolutely insane, totally cool, amazing. And what we're listening to right now is like it's like Endgame. It's like... It's the Infinity War. It's the crazy explosion, all our favorite characters. So that's what I mean by it captures the essence. It's still the same universe. It's still the same idea. We still have the same musical things coming back, the characters, but they are just cranked up to 15. They're wearing armor. They have special skills. They can fly. There's sentient things with British accents. Like, it's, you know. So that is what I mean by it captures the essence of. Okay, this next one is called Darkness Ahead. Listen, Paul Bettany is a treasure. Oh! Oh! Loris, that's pretty funny. Okay, so I think what was interesting about this was clearly battle music again, but here's what really changed. In the last piece, Rough Waters, we kind of changed moods. We changed the key. So, we's a very generous word. Nobuo Uematsu-san changed the key. Right, went down to like C sharp and C, which if you think about it, like we've been hanging out in like F minor, and also sometimes Nobuo Uematsu is like a little literal with what he puts in terms of music. So I think we can kind of compare this. If I have any understanding from chat was saying there's something about a sewer. So, if you think about it, the previous battle themes like up here. That's like F minor. That's up here. So it actually sounds higher. The last thing we heard in Darkness Ahead was... Obviously, we didn't hear that exact theme. So... playing from up here to down here, if we are indeed in the sewer, we've actually literally gone down musically, which is pretty cool. This next one is called Any Last Words, and I will also read all the super chats at the end of the stream. Also, make sure you hang it to the end of the stream for my final reaction and summary. And here again, we're continuing the C minor thing. So I'm going to assume this is also taking place in a similar, shall we say, biome or area. Oh! Ah! Very cinematic here. Okay, I want to point out one little thing about this track. Obviously, by the way, if this is your first time tuning in, we'd be here for doing an entire series on each one of these songs. So I'm just going to pick something out of each one to point out to you. So something really interesting on this one was the little trumpet stabs. Perhaps, I'm not sure if we could technically call those stabs, but those little trumpet hits in there where they're going like... And then they just went up to this like minor third. But right this. Listen to this. That's called dissonance. Yeah, you feel like those two notes are fighting each other. And you can actually hear, if you listen very carefully, there's these beats that are happening. Yeah, it's going wah, 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 wah. Can you hear that? Type a 1 in the chat if you can hear those beats. Yeah, da, 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 da. Okay, so what you guys are hearing when you hear those beats is because those notes are so close to each other, the actual sound waves are getting closer and further away from lining up. And that's where you're hearing those beats. It's actually the difference between the sound waves because, well, lower notes have a longer sound wave, higher notes have a shorter sound wave that oscillates or cycles more time in a second. And so what you have here is because these notes are so similar, the way that they cycle with each other gets so close, it creates that beating sound. Okay, this next one is called Ascension. Oh, this is another battle. Because we're actually following the yeah. And we have that little James Bond thing we heard like 2-3 songs ago. Interesting. There you go. Oh. Oh! Sick. Okay, so something that they did really interesting here, I think they may have done it one time previously in this updated soundtrack, but what they did in the battle theme right there, which is when I went, ooh, because it was so cool, is, okay, so number one, they turned around to go back to the 1 chord with a flat 7. Then they go back to the 1 chord, which is basically like a G chord in inversion, but sounds so cool. I was like, I'm gonna customize your ear to D minor for a second, just to show you how cool this is. So cool. Oh, yes, Guitar Assassin, that's exactly right. Right, so it's actually following a very similar thing to Megalovania, which I actually just butchered there, but you get the idea. So in Megalovania, it's going... Except we didn't quite get the B flat there, so... come on. Okay, kind of, sort of. Okay. All right, this next one is called Train Graveyard. That's right, multi-hog. I was about to say it doesn't sound creepy, and then that like low rumbling thing started, and I was like, this is creepy. Like, that piano's very pretty. So you have acoustic bass, sounds like over there. So what's interesting there too is there's actually connection between what we just heard and Elden Ring. Elden Ring used that a lot with that major second low down in the bass, where you had literally an interval of a major second, but very low. Correct, Skytron. I'm actually going to give you guys a demonstration right after this, what I'm talking about this major second thing. Again here, we have this major second between C and D. Okay, so this is what I want to show you guys, and we saw this all over the Elden Ring soundtrack, especially in the more atmospheric areas, like where there weren't boss fights. So look, it's like this right here. So in music, we like to give numbers and letters. So we like to assign numbers to letters. So let's pretend C is 1. So C is 1, D is 2, E is 3, F is 4, G is 5, A is going to be 6. So we go back to A after G. B is going to be 7. So what we have is C and D. So C is 1, D is 2. And what we have is C all the way down here and D all the way up here. When it's all the way up here, we actually count it as 9, but don't worry about that. We'll just think about it as 2. So if I bring this down and I'm playing 2 Cs, It's like one in one. Can you hear how these sort of sound like they're maybe two members of the same family? Sounds like they're like, father and son, mother and daughter, maybe brother and sister. But then here, ooh. So cool. All right, let's keep this rocking and rolling with the next one, which is called Haunted. Welcome, T-Mac. So what you can hear with Hamauzu, you can hear a lot of seconds. You can hear that relationship where you have the one and the two together for different chords. So you'll have at different times, different notes going to be the one. So maybe D's the one, E's the two. Maybe F is the one, G is the two. Maybe G is the one, A is the two. But that's one of the things that gives Hamauzu's chords that feeling. It's that closeness of the notes. Come on, drums. Ah, love it. I feel like when drums are playing like that, it's like you're out for a walk, like either really early in the morning or a little late at night, and you see someone with a big dog, and you can't tell if the dog is on a leash or not, and like you're getting a little worried, but like you think that they probably have that big dog on a leash. And it's like when you hear a drummer like that going, it's like the threat of a big dog. The drummer's like, oh, I'm just going to stay right here. I'm going to be on this leash. But if I was off this leash, oh, I'd be messing things up. Okay, this next one is called, by the way, I love dogs. I'm not saying all dogs are misbehaved, but just, it's the threat of something that could just like really go bucket. This next one is called Come On This Way. Not that was the most sick drum fill ever, but like you get the idea. Okay, so here in the piano, we're hearing a similar thing to what the violin was doing in the last piece. These descending fourths. Well, not always, but yeah. And now here we have in the bass, we have that major second again. You hear that texture in there? Ooh, spicy. Multi-arc, yes, you also see Hamauzu use modal harmony. That is correct. From what I've seen so far, to be fair. So right there we had a minor second. I'll show you the difference between a minor second and a major second. Right after this. Oh yeah. Oh. This is incredible. Yes, yes, very creepy. Very, very creepy. Okay, so let's talk about the difference between a major second and a minor second, because minor seconds are really creepy, and major seconds are, welcome, Manini boy. So, what we have is, okay, so the major second, remember, that's what we've been hearing this whole time with like this low thing I was saying. It kind of sounds like Elden Ring, right? Obviously, it's not exactly it. It's a little higher, but here you go. So here's a major second. And a major second, if you look at my guitar, is we have 1, 2, we're going up 2 shiny metal things. Y'all can see that. There we go. We're going up by 2 shiny metal. Sorry, I just realized the mic was in the way. All right, we're going up 2 shiny metal things. So 1 shiny metal thing, 2 shiny metal things. That's going to be a whole step. So from one thing to the second shiny metal thing, if we play those 2 notes together, so listen. Remember that one? Oh, it's the same one there. Okay, that's a major second. Now, what happens if we go up by just 1 shiny thing? That's this note right here. That's where we actually heard those beats and those and that's because the minor second is a lot more dissonant than the major second. All right, let's listen to this next one, which is called Ghoul. Raz Al Ghul, which I know is spelled differently. Come on, Glock that spiel. Oh, I love that. Oh, come on, choir. Oh, that was sick. Oh, Multi-Og's pulling out the big music theory guns today. Look out! Minor Major 7's incoming. Yes, minor major 7, add 9. Everyone, I'll break that down for you in a second. Yeah, Reload, you're gonna hear gestures. There's little pieces of other fight themes. Is that French horns doing that? Sounds like French horns to me. That trill there? Either my guitar just went way out of tune all of a sudden, or this is pitched up just a little bit. Okay, so couple cool, interesting things. Number one, I think I might have bumped the head of my guitar or something because it was all of a sudden really out of tune. Okay, so look, the that's close to so you can see how the battle themes, while different, it's a different riff, it's a different group of notes. It has a continuity to it, just because you're using the same notes in different ways, and then also approaching it similarly in the sense that there's this low riff happening at the like while everything else is going on top of it. But that was absolutely sick. I loved that. It sounded like French horns just honking on it, doing that trill. It was absolutely sick. Okay, this next one is called Alone. This is a change in mood. Beautiful. So you hear this is a Hamauzu composition with how those chords, it's all those really close notes together. Yeah. Oh. Yes, and indeed, sometimes the notes are displaced by an octave, but still, thinking about it, just 1, 2, 3s, and 4s. Oh, I said I was going to break down the minor major 7 thing for y'all. I'll do it after this. Okay, so this minor major 7 thing. So a lot of times, okay, let's do a... Now, if we were to play a minor major 7 at the end of that, that's what it would sound like. Now it sounds really cool. Is a minor major 7 9. Ooh. Oh, listen to that again. Oh, that is yummy. I think my guitar is a little out of tune. I'm not quite sure what's going on. I will fix that. Found it. So, speaking of music theory, if you are a gamer and you want to understand more about the music in your favorite games, there's a free download for you. It's pinned in the chat. It's the 10 things every gamer should know about music theory. It's free for you. You click on it, you put it in your email, it emails it straight to you. It's super cool. And again, free. Cannot stress that enough. And you also get more free stuff in your inbox like tomorrow or the next day. It's really cool. This next one is called Black Wind. Lucas. Little is all, Yes, James Bond, indeed, Eric Rose. Oh, Captain Merca says, I checked out the email stuff. It was sweet. How's that for social proof? What kind of heathen doesn't call it a half diminished? What do you? How is the half diminished chord? Silver Jude, we're gonna pack that in a second. Explain what you mean, please. Half diminished equals root, minor third, diminished 5, minor third, right. Correct. I'm so sorry, Golden Pig. And here we have our major seconds again. Okay, so let's break down this case of the minor major 7 and the half diminished. So I'm going to be calling out some things. This is a little bit advanced music theory, but roll with me here. For any of you who understand intervals, perhaps you have read my book that was reached #1 in its category on Amazon. You're going to understand what I'm talking about here. So basically, to create a half diminished chord, we have 1, then we go, well, if we do this in order, not guitar voicing order, we're going to have 1, up a minor third, up another minor third, and then up by a major third. So essentially, if we relate everything to the 1, we have 1, flat 3, flat 5, or diminished 5th, and then a flat 7. So that is a half diminished. Now, what a minor major 7 is, it's going to be just a minor triad. So it's going to be 1, flat 3, 5, but then on top of it, we have the 7th. So the 7th of F would be E, or we can do it in the key of G. The 7th of G would be F sharp. So we take a minor triad of G, B flat, D, and then the major 7th in relation to G would be F sharp. It gets us a different sound. So just to compare the two, here is our half diminished chord. Here is our minor major 7. So both sound a little weird. Both sound a little weird. I think what is interesting is if you take half diminished chord like this and you pop, you bring the root up like that, then it's almost like a C minor add 6 chord. I'm gonna voice it like this, which is one of my favorite chords. Okay. This next one is called something. Waiting to be found. So Silver, does that answer your question? And do you fully understand that explanation? I'm not trying to beat up on you. I'm just trying to help you and like clear it out and make sure you understand. Yeah, cool. Silver dude, I do it all the time. If any of you are long watchers of this channel, you know I'll be like, oh, 2 songs ago I said X, and really I meant Y. That was almost like Undertale for a second there. Ooh, listen to that violin. Very high note there. So let's actually go back and do a little sleuthing. Oh, no. We go back. We're gonna do a little sleuthing here. Yeah, right there. What is that song from Undertale? Feels like something. Anyway, this next one is called Ellie Gore. I love the build up here. Very interesting percussion sounds being used. A demon mechanical chariot unicorn boss? It is currently 80 degrees Fahrenheit in this room, so I'm going to put a fan on. What's really interesting too is you hear that sound that just happened there. It's like a little bit of like a static. You can get sounds like that from like FM synths. Yeah, right there. Hey guys, I have something to tell you. YouTube is telling me right now that now would be a good time to insert ads, and here's why. Creators earn more money inserting ads the more viewers are watching. Give it a try. But tell you what, I'm not going to do that. What I am going to tell you about is the 10 things every gamer should know about music theory. I'm not going to show you an ad. Go ahead and grab that instead, and we'll call it square. While you're there, if you want to buy a copy of my music theory book, you go ahead and do that. There's also a music theory course where I literally hand you everything in the book so you don't have to work at it. And there's also a workbook. That's really cool too, you could check out. But I'm not going to show you ads. You can check out that free list for gamers. And while you're there, if you want to grab a book, grab a book. All right, this next one is called Fight for Survival. He was a Buffalo Soldier. Yeah, Skytron, that's awesome. Your book came yesterday? Ah, there it is. There it is. That's the minor major 7. Oh, they just did a minor major 7. Hey, that thing we were talking about before, they just did it. And again. But technically, I don't actually hear the root in it, so it might not actually be a minor major 7. But, still, it's pretty close. That was cool. Welcome, Austin. We are live. All right, so a couple of really cool guitar things I want to point out because I was like, so cool. And then like that, like, what? And so cool. And then we also heard what might have been a minor major 7, but I didn't really hear the root in the bass. So maybe it was, maybe it twere, maybe it tweren't, but I think the feeling of the minor major 7 was there. Okay, this next one is called Come Back to Us. Again, major seconds. It's like Hamauzu major seconds. Oh. Sorry to anyone who really loves that song, but that was just such a Lord of the Rings moment. Rohan, thank you, Skytron. Those who know, know. Ooh, listen to that bass coming in now. It's a naughty little bass, too. It's like major seconds for days. Even the way he's getting in and out of chords is like via major seconds. Well, things that have major seconds in them, to be clear. So beautiful. Very, very beautiful. This next one is called Cheap Palais. Oh, it sounds like we're heading into a boss, a fight. It's following the same theme, sort of, as the bosses, that we're going up by a half step here. That was beautiful. So it had elements of a fight theme in it, but it wasn't quite like any fight theme we've heard. I'm really, really enjoying these tracks from Mahashi Hamauzu. Love it. Arigatou gozaimasu. Awesome. The next one is called Those in Need. Now make sure you hang out for the end of the stream for my final reaction and summary. So what we heard there as well, right at the end, was something that we hear from a lot of Nobuo Uematsu compositions, which is the minor up a half step to the major 7, and indeed really giving us that Phrygian feeling. This next one is called Slums on Fire. The slums are on fire! This is so tasteful. Oh my goodness. Ooh. Similar chord gestures what we heard when I was making that Lord of the Rings thing. Trevor, I mean that the balance and the instrument choices, the mix, the mastering is like, my goodness. It's like, I'll break down tasteful after this, what I mean by tasteful. Oh my goodness. Little hand symbols there too. Okay, so what do I mean by tasteful? The best way I'm going to be able to describe this, and I'm sorry this is not going to be a universal explanation, but it's the best I can come up with in the moment, is like if you've ever gone to a really good restaurant, like a really good restaurant. By the way, when I take a vacation, I don't want to go anywhere. I just want to go eat good food, and then I can go home, and that's enough of a vacation for me. Anyway, if you go to a really nice restaurant and it's like someone makes you something like a langoustine gnocchi in a what's that spice? Whatever, a langoustine gnocchi in like a special sauce, and it's just like the presentation. It's like the balance of everything. It's like it's tasteful because at least for me, I can hear and in that moment understand the amount of hard work and effort it took that artist or that person, musically speaking, to get to that point of developing so many skills and acquiring so much knowledge to get to a point where they make something that is just so beautifully balanced in such a tarragon sauce, in such a beautiful, just a beautiful way where it like, it's just really well balanced, really well thought out. The use of which instruments, which sounds, how those sounds are presented, the order in which the sounds are presented, what each one of those instruments is doing, and then the way all those instruments are balanced with each other in the whole. That's what I mean by tasteful. And yes, a tarragon sauce. So like langoustine gnocchi and a tarragon sauce. And if you ever tried to cook with tarragon, it's like, don't do it. It's just like your food's not going to taste good. And when someone can take tarragon and like present it in a way where like it makes sense and it's good, and you know it's far beyond anything that like you're going to make, but it's just like, so not the easiest explanation to understand, I think, perhaps, but I think I got my point across. Okay, this next one is called Get to Safety. Oh, I love that displaced by an octave thing. Okay, same melody gesture. Oh, well, they changed the second time. That almost sounds military in a way, or militant in a way, perhaps. I don't really know. This next one is called Aerith and Marlene, a familiar flower. I love those little like pitch bend things that the keyboard's doing. Ah, and here's Aerith's theme. Very nostalgic, but a little hopeful. I love those bells going back and forth. See, for me, this is tasteful. That little whoa, whoa. Very cool. This next one is called Limited Options. Now here's a minorized version of Aerith's theme. Oh, wow. So it's like we're taking Aerith's theme, but it's very sad. It's changed, it's morphed, it's different. Is this something, does Aerith have to make like a choice here? Is like something bad happening where she has to be like determined for something? Huh. Yeah, because it sounds like determination. Because here, it's basically Aerith's theme, just not just reharmonized, but also remelodized? Help me out, music theory buffs. Remelodized? What's the term? Themes and variations on Aerith? I don't know. Gosh, what is the term? Reharmonization? Ooh. This next one is called The Look on Her Face. Rearrangement? Yeah. Rearranged. Okay. Yeah, that's fair, Skytron. Yeah, but even there... maybe. Gorgeous. Again, gestures at Aerith's theme. If I'm not mistaken, it's someone else's theme. It's like little fragments. It's not over. Jessie's theme, thank you. Little like echoey synths, which you hear a lot when people try and do like a space or underwater type feeling. Wow. Yeah, we're hearing dum 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 dum. What's that from? We've heard that also before in this. Yeah. Bum 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 bum. What did we hear that from before? What's that from? What song is this from, guys? I don't think it was Train Graveyard. There was something else we heard in a past day. So it's not the corporation. It's the this. It's the. Or something like that we heard in a past song. This next one is called Rematch Atop the Pillar. Get like major seconds everywhere. bells right there. Well, I tell you what, we're going to call it there because that's actually the end of Disc 5 for Best Music Coach. My name is Dan, and you are watching a music teacher's reaction live and in real time to the Final Fantasy VII original soundtrack remake. Excuse me. I have never heard this before in my life. Not once, ever, never. I have no prior knowledge or understanding except for having heard the actual original soundtrack, not the remake. So, a little bit of prior knowledge, but not really. I've not heard this before, so this is going to be my first time listening. Everything I say, do, teach, talk about, it's going to be off the top of my head, off the tip of my tongue in the very moment it happens. So watch and see if I make it around the track or if I crash and burn. We're going to get started with a great tune. Well, I suppose it's a great tune, called Return to the Planet. And hey, right before I click that play button, if you're in music theory, a gamer who wants to learn more about music theory, if you are a music theory, I'd very much like to meet you because that would be fascinating. But if you're a gamer who'd like to understand more about music theory, there's a list of the 10 things every gamer should know about music theory. It's pinned up in the chat. It's free for you. Go grab it. All right, Return to the Planet. Here we go. Yes, I'm Theory, first name music. Yes, I'm live. Yes, I'm misspeaking. Here we go. This is Hamauzu again, and we talked about in, part 5, we really got into talking about Hamauzu. With Hamauzu, you can hear a lot of times we're hearing the second in the chord, and I'll explain what that means in a moment. Right after the song. Or piece, I should say.
Bumblebee. Which OST? Oh, come on. Whoa. Oh, type a 2 in the chat if that just gave you goosebumps, and it still is. Oh my goodness. Such incredible emotion. Oh my goodness. That was absolutely insane. All right. I'm going to break down some music theory, excuse me, basics for you. So you can understand what I mean by Hamauzu's adding in the second. So in music, we have 7 notes, basically. The very basic way. There's 12, but we can think about it as there's being like 7 letter names. That's going to be A, B, C, D, E, F, G. And after we get to G, we go back to A. Now, we like to assign numbers to these letters. So like A could be 1, B 2, C 3, D 4, E 5, F 6, G 7. But here's the thing. We can actually switch that around. So let's say D is 1. So D is 1, E is 2, F is 3, G is 4, A is 5, B is 6, C is 7, because remember after G we go back to A. So what you can hear a lot of times with Hamauzu is that you'll have a chord. Now chord is when you play a bunch of notes together at the same time, and you'll hear that the second, so for example here's D, so D is 1, E is 2, that we have that second added in there, which is absolutely beautiful. You know, there's different ways of playing it on the guitar, but none of which that really, you know, like, there, that's something. Yeah, but still, it's like, more often than not, the octaves are such that, oh, here, how about this? There we go. Yeah, like that. So we have out of that chord, adding in the second, which is E, into chord. Normally we just have 1, 3, and 5, but adding that second in there with 1, 3, and 5 is part of what gets you that texture. Okay, this next one is called A Broken World. Flat epoxy, I take that as such a compliment considering the size of that man's channel. Thank you. Yeah. Throwing in the ninths in there too, or the seconds. Very interesting sweeps. All right, yeah, okay. Oh. Gorgeous, gorgeous. Like building each time it comes back around. Oh, listen to that. Ah. Oh my god. I mean, that was a 1-2 punch from Hamauzu. It just emotional, so good, loved it. Something I want to point out, music theory wise, is right there, the basic chord progression that was going on. What was going on there was that 3 chord progression we see so often in minor keys. We were going 1, flat 7, flat 6, back to flat 7, back to 1. Wild, because when you think about it, that same chord progression actually shows up in the battle music, usually a lot faster, you know. Same chords, but totally different treatment. Plus, the way Hamauzu was going about presenting that chord progression was beautiful. And like just the way the chords were arranged and the extra notes outside of the first, third, and fifth that were added to them. Beautiful. All right, this next one is called Daughter's Farewell. Ooh. Oh, I was gonna say, that sounds so much like Nobuo Uematsu, there's no way those chords came from Hamauzu, and sure enough, I looked at it and I was right. It's Uematsu. I was like, hang on a second. Whenever the chords got me going, woo, in surprise, it's usually Nobuo Uematsu-san. I was like, Hamauzu, you're being very naughty today. Like, what is going on? Oh. Welcome, Meme Star. Beautiful. Yeah, so very clearly you could hear even from the beginning chords. It was like... Yeah. All right, so the beginning chords were like this. And even right there, it's like, this doesn't really sound like Masashi Hamauzu. It doesn't sound like Masashi Hamauzu. It sounds more like Nobuo, and sure enough, it was indeed. And that comes down to how the chord, like the order of the chords, the way the chords are presented, and the playful way. It's like all of a sudden we're in playing a D major 7 when we were just doing like stuff, and it's awesome. This next one is called Infinity's End. Before we play it, if this is any of your first streams and you're wondering why people are super chatting with the names of soundtracks, it's because they're actually upvoting those. It's the way everyone supports the channel. They super chat their soundtracks they want me to react to next, and then we actually put it in a list and upvote it, and that determines what I do a reaction to next. So that's the way everyone supports the channel. You are more than welcome to super chat to upvote your favorite OSTs. This next one is called Infinity's End. Come on, trumpets. Come on, guitar. Oh, yeah, that was sick at the end there. So, I want to break one thing down that we heard here that was pretty interesting because we've actually heard it from Hamauzu a couple times, especially in the last disc. In disc 5, we heard this a couple times, and so I'm not sure if I missed the connection by like not looking and remembering the titles correctly. This is associated with a person, place, or thing. We could call it a leitmotif in that case. But we had, and again, I'm simplifying here, but we had that kind of thing going on underneath the riff that was happening. And I know we've heard from Hamauzu that almost James Bond soundy thing. It's not quite the James Bond theme. But yeah, we've heard that before. Can't quite put the name to the songs, but I know we've had it for a chat. Maybe you're going to be able to help me out. Where that's supposed to, if there's any sort of leitmotif associated with that particular progression. This next one is called Wild de Chocobo. All right. That was an interesting Flight of Fancy. This next one is called Leslie's Theme. Ooh.
it's a very interesting theme here, particularly the use of both the minor and the major 5 chord. So in this case, we're in the key of essentially E flat. Now, don't worry about flats and sharps. Let's just think about this as E. So if we go up to 5, we're going to go E, F, G, A, B. Now, what was interesting is that typically what you would see in something that is in an E key, whether it be E flat, or very uncommonly E sharp, is that the 5 or the B, whether it's a B or a B flat, is going to be major or minor. It's probably going to stick to one or the other. So major is like a happy sound, and a minor is like a sad sound. This is like happy. This is like sad. So what was interesting there is that the 5 chord, or in this case B flat, was first presented as minor, which you do sometimes see in minor blues. You'll see both a minor 1, 4, and 5. But then at the very end was presented as a dominant 7 chord, which essentially, if we break it on down, is major, even though I understand it doesn't act like a major. Yeah. Now that advanced music theory stuff, keeping it simple, it essentially was major. Okay, this next one is called The Day Midgaard Stood Still. Also, make sure you hang out to the end of the stream for my final reaction and summary. Also, sometimes there's cool things at the end of the stream. Ooh, feels like a battle theme coming on. Also modulating up the same way battle themes do, typically. I think battle themes might modulate up. Oh no, they do a whole step sometimes. Thing. Huh. So really interesting how, so it's clearly not a battle theme as much, but we could hear elements of the battle theme music being hinted at, so perhaps some type of conflict going on here. But unlike the battle themes, which, with one exception, and I think that was the haunted death machine house thing, we heard a couple discs ago, I think stay relatively maybe 2 keys at the most, not more than that. So I think right here we could hear this is not quite a battle theme because it wasn't acting like a battle theme, even though there were some elements of that sort of battle theme conflict. So perhaps less of a battle theme, but more just a conflict piece. This next one is called Fires of Resistance. Yeah, unengaged in a battle. Of you walking around when things are happening. Interesting. Now, if you're interested, chat says that the past one and this one, ooh, goes back and forth. Yeah, it's sounding battle-y. there was our little, is it 5 or is it 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2 again? Or was it 6 and I just wasn't counting? Because now it's 6. It was 5 before. Or is it 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2? I'll explain what I mean in a second here. Especially when it comes back. Yeah, and again, we're hearing elements of the battle music coming in here. The silver dude. I don't know. Check this out here. Check this out here. Was it here or was it earlier? We'll find it. We'll find it. Alright, I have to go back a little further. And not yet. Yeah, one. Yeah, okay, hang on. One, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So, what that means is we basically need to go look at the way the composer wrote it out to really determine what it was, probably. Maybe someone out there has a different opinion, but yeah, we need to go look at essentially what the composer wanted that to be, how they wrote it out, that particular part. This next one is called A Solemn Sunset. And thank you to all our super chatters. I'll read the super chats at the end of the stream. And again, Hamauzu is like laying down the law with seconds and ninths. Oh, it's so yummy. It's like really interesting cheese. Like, have you ever eaten really interesting cheese? Like, Oh, this is just beautiful here. Oh, the bass. This is A Solemn Sunset, credited to Masashi Hamauzu. Oh my god, I want those bass, like, drum hits too. Boom. Well, scientician, have you ever eaten really interesting cheese? Because then you know exactly what I'm talking about.
Well, see, there you go. Now those bells are changing, so if they stay the same. Oh, maybe they weren't changing. My perception is changing. Oh no, there you go, they just changed. Gorgeous. Gorgeous, gorgeous. Absolutely beautiful. By the way, speaking of beautiful things, if you want a free download of the 10 things every gamer should know about music theory, it's pinned in the chat. Go click on it. It's free for you, and you get more free stuff like tomorrow in your email inbox from me. It's great. Okay, this next one is called The Valkyrie. Oh, it's building. Oh, look out. All right. Oh, come on. Oh, boy. Oh, I really hope they drop the beat in a minute. Oh my gosh, this is like the best build-up since Rolling in the Deep. Well, technically before Rolling in the Deep. Anyway, we'll check the dates on that. Oh, come on. Oh, come on. Oh, come on. What a gorgeous build. Oh my goodness, talk about the anticipation. Now for me, what I really want is a rock band to kick in right after that build-up. Oh, this is sick. Oh, this is sick. Oh, come on. Love it. Oh, the brass, baby. Oh, the brass. Oh. Man, do you guys like feel this in like the pit of your stomach, man? Oh, beautiful emotion. I gotta turn my headphones up. Oh! Oh man, what is gonna happen now? We have like 4 minutes left on this song. That rise there with the percussion, just like taking the low end out of it till just the high stuff was there. Oh gosh. It's not over. It's not over. It is not. Oh, I repeat, this is not a drill. This song is not over yet. Oh! Yeah, it sounds like just firsts and fifths there. But it's not over. Listen, it's still going. Be very quiet. That with the second in there, too. Okay. All right. That was 100% sick. I love that so much. Okay. So you know how I was like, hey, you know it'd be really cool if it built up and then just like went into like a rock song? Yeah, okay. I think we have that a lot throughout the Final Fantasy world. So it was so cool to see a song just be this sick, this heavy without a rock band. I mean, sure, there was like distorted guitar in there. Sure, there was drum kit in there, but the rock band was like not the focus. They were a supporting element. It's like a flavor. It's like a texture that's put in there. But there was those 2-3 buildups. Like, oh my gosh, that was literally sick. That was so cool. Oh, and then like right at the end too, you know what the composer did? They go D, B flat, C. Well, with really they did it with a D, so it's like this. And then back to D minor. And that right there, that's that chord progression we've been talking about of the 1, flat 6 to flat 7. It's that common chord progression from the minor keys showing up there right at the end. I mean, wow. Sick. Sick. We have to take that song, put it in a little tube, and throw it to the bottom of the ocean, because you know what? I am down with the sickness. All right. Yeah, I just made that joke up. This one was called the Shinra Building, so that's why it wasn't that good. Come for the OSTs, stay for the dad jokes. Welcome, Paul. Just like battle music, we've now gone up by a whole step. Oh, changing. Huh. it did just have a minor major 7 there for a moment. Go back and watch part 5 to catch up on that. Hey, if anyone out there is a beginning musician and you want to learn something, my recommendation is not to go try and learn like a whole song as your very first song. Pick up a little piece of something. It's going to be easy for you to get an easy win on. And I got to tell you, that one right there, that's an easy win. So cool. All right. This next one is called Operation Save Aerith. I wonder what they might be doing on this operation. Hints at battle themes. Avril Lavigne is no joke, man. And sure enough, just like the end of battle, we get that right at the end of battle themes. Great call, Skytron. Great ears. Yes, we just heard it. We usually hear at the end of battle themes, and actually in that key as well, in the key of F minor. Difference there too is what happened right there is it went to 5. So in this case, right at the end, we're in the key of F minor. So F is 1, G is 2, A is 3, B is 4, C is 5. We're not going to worry about sharps or flats. And so we went down. Back up. And then the second time, hitting that 5, which we do not normally get in the battle theme itself. Obviously, this is different than the actual battle theme, or it's a part of it. It's showing you there is a battle happening. I would assume. This next one is called All Quiet at the Gates, or a battle's going to come, perhaps.
Thank you, Reign of Relentless, for your generous super chat. Oh, that little groovy thing was great. Okay, so something interesting that I want to point out is, well, the difference between a second and a ninth. So we've been talking so far this stream about the music theory of having a second in a chord. So what that means is, let's say D is 1, E would be 2. Let's say F is 1, G is 2. Let's say A is 1, B is 2. Let's say C is 1, D is 2, like that. So how we can think of that is, for example, we're going to take 1, 2, 5 and play it like that. Now, what happens when we take the 2 and we make it high up like here, and we still do the 1 and the 5? We get this type of a sound. And then if we were to add the third in, which I don't think I can even reach with my fingers because I'm not Alan Holdsworth, but like, I can do it up here. There we go. There you go. Oh! How pretty is that when you add in the ninth and also a third at the same time? Okay, this next one is called Hand Over Hand. Reaching out, touching me, touching you, ba-dum-dum-dum. Okay. Neil Diamond, anyway. All right, that was fun. This next one is called Scarlet's Theme. Huh. Okay. I say piano next. Ah, there we go. Bass beat it to it.
Fireworks to light up your night sky. In a flash, life and love can go awry. Let me take you higher. Fulfill your desires. Stilettos and lingerie bows. Compliment, supplement. In my grandeur, I'm all natural beneath this crimson dress. In my splendor, I'm all natural beneath jewels and finesse and elegance. What you see is what you get. Only passion, no regrets. Only triumph. I've got nothing to hide. So sit back and enjoy the ride. What you see is what you get. Only passion, no regrets. Only triumph. I've got nothing to hide. So sit back and enjoy the ride. Oh, what you see is what you get.
Yeah, come on, guitar. Let's go. Oh, yeah, piano. Oh. Ah. That was a ton of fun. So, let's actually break down and understand the chord progression there, because it's actually pretty interesting. So, it started off with 1, 6, 2, 5, 1, 6, 3, 6, 2, 5, and then it went then F minor, then B flat 7 to E flat major, which we just go down a half step, 2, 5 back to C. But here's the thing, for the chorus, the whole chorus was 3, 6, 2,
2, 5, 3, 6. Beautiful. All right, this next one is called Stewards of the Planet, not to be confused with the Stewarts of the Planet if your name happens to be Stewart. Hey, Renee, or Renee. Very cinematic here. A beautiful piece, to be sure. Everyone, YouTube is now telling me now would be a good time to insert ads. YouTube goes on to say creators earn more money inserting ads and more viewers are watching. Give it a try. But I tell you what, I'm not going to make you watch an ad. All I'm going to tell you about is a list of the 10 things every gamer should know about music theory and tell you to go check that out. So I'm not going to show you an ad, but go grab that, download it. While you're there, if you want a copy of my book, it hit #1 bestseller on Amazon. It's all about music theory. It's going to help you understand the music theory in your favorite video games. And while you're there too, you can even get a course where I take everything from the book and I just hand it to you. And you have like no effort. And you can just sit there and just watch and just get the information, little bite-sized 4-minute long videos. It's great. Let's keep this thing rocking and rolling with corporate archives. Honestly, not what I was expecting from corporate archives. Like much more pleasant and warm. Like if you told me this song was called Home Sweet Home, I would believe you. Guys, it's getting a little warm in here with the lights. I'm going to put my fan on. This next one is called Cultivating a Madness. You guys can hear the fan? Okay, I'll turn it off. Hi, fan. Oh dear. Not getting that high. We're going to go straight into the next one, which is called Another Day at Shinra HQ. Welcome, Mike. Now this is 6/8 or 6/4, depends on how the composer wrote it. So we'll know if we look at the composer's score. We know it's 6 something. Oftentimes we could say, well, if there's a lot of subdivisions of the beat, maybe it was 6/4 just so, and then you speed the tempo up, and then you write it with larger notes. Yeah, could be possible. Now, I don't think it was 3, and here's why, the Silver Dude, because if you listen to... You hear those arpeggios going on in the strings? I cannot think of a 3 plus. Plus the rhythm cycle, the rhythmic figure is cycling in either 2 measures of 3 or 6, but I would consider it being 6 rather, because for the metric hierarchy, well, when it comes to metric hierarchy, it's a little ambiguous.
Because you could go strongest, weak, weakest, right, for 3/4, or you could go strongest, weakest, because 6/8, there's not 6 beats in the measure, there's only 2. The dotted chord note gets the beat. Is it 1, 2, 1, 2, or is it 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3? Interesting. Let me know what you think in the comments. This next one is called the Turks Theme, which I think we might have heard before. 6 notes, but 6/8 notes could also be 6/8. By the way, that was totally lucky. I just played that along. That second part. Okay, this one is called Infiltrate, Home Away from Home. Oh, beautiful. Oh my gosh, I love where that bass note is coming in. Oh, goodness. Love it. Either triplets or we straight up moved from 4/4 to 12/8, or we really were in 12/8 the whole time and it was notated with duplets. Duplets are a thing, by the way, if you're in a compound meter and you want to have essentially, so look, when you're in simple meter and you want there to be three attacks in a single beat, well, you could also scale this out. Let's keep it simple. Within a single beat, you'd have what is called eighth note. Okay, let's say we're in 4/4. So a chord note is a beat unit. You would have eighth note triplets dividing that note into 3 equal parts, because normally in simple time signatures, the beat is divided into 2 parts as the beat division and then 4 parts as the beat subdivision. And we won't go past the beat subdivision. So when you are in compound meters, you have generally, well, you always have a dotted note as the beat unit, which means that the division, the beat division of any compound time signature is always going to be 3. And then the subdivision is going to be 6. And what happens is if you want to have 2 beats
or excuse me, 2 divisions for each beat. In compound, you actually need to write doublets. So just like you'd write a triplet, you'd write 3 notes with a little 3 over it. A doublet is 2 notes with a little bracket and a 2. You can also have quadruplets when you want to divide the beat into 4 equal parts as a subdivision, as opposed to 6 equal parts, though at that point it's not really a it is kind of a subdivision. All right. This next one is called Infiltrating Shinra HQ. There are those whole notes for Shinra. Whole notes, whole tone, scale, walking up by whole steps. Little Stranger Things moment there. Noah. Okay, so like right at the end there, oh, it went all the way up there. Yeah. Maybe it stopped there. Yeah, so it's pretty interesting. So it starts like you playing up a minor scale, but then it's like whole steps the whole way. And then very interesting. Okay, this next one is called Drum the Drum. That's like low key, just like grooving in the side of your headphones. And that piano. love that little thing going on the right ear. That is a sick thing right there. I love that thing. That's absolutely sick. This next one is called Catastrophe. Love that little piccolo run there. That's sick. Oh yeah, come on. That there's a 7 or 8 string guitar. That's sick. All right, this next one is called Final Experiment. We're in F. It's probably gonna be a battle. Listen to that guitar just working in there. I love that little on that F there. Down to A flat now. Love it. Oh my gosh. That was sick. So very interesting there. It wasn't a battle theme, even though it does say, sure, final experiment. So it sounds like we're setting up for a battle there, or we're meeting some kind of adversary or some kind of adversity. And I say that because it's a similar tempo and the same key as a lot of the battle themes. So clearly something is going on there with a composition by Tadayoshi Makino, where, yeah, it's like it's hinting at the conflict that this entire soundtrack up to now has really been setting us up to here, is whenever we hear we're headed into battle theme. If you're finding this video helpful, I have tons of courses in my community for gamers who want to create their own music. If you want our help to create your own music or to build a professional portfolio on Spotify, YouTube Music, and Apple Music, or you want help composing your first original soundtrack, click the link in the video description and apply for our Gamer Music Creator program now. There are tons of compositions and songs we've already helped gamers just like you create and release professionally. No previous musical experience is required. You can be a total beginner and we will show you every step of the way through creating and releasing your own music. You also do not need to buy extra gear. We give you everything you need from day one if you are accepted into our program. Click the link in the description and apply now. For Best Music Coach, my name is Dan, and you are watching a music teacher's reaction live and in real time to the Final Fantasy VII Remake Original Soundtrack Part 7. Oh boy, we're going to have One Winged Angel, a whole bunch of crazy awesome songs today that I'm super, super excited for. Now, I have never heard this music before. How do I know that One Winged Angel is playing? Because I looked at the track listing. Well, okay, and also people have been talking about it for the past 6 parts of this stream. So, basically, I have no prior knowledge, no preparation, other than I have heard the original soundtrack, not the remake, but the original soundtrack by Nobuo Uematsu before. And without any prior knowledge or preparation, we're just going to get this thing rocking and rolling. If you'd like to learn more about music theory, and you are a gamer, there's a free thing for you. It's the 10 things every gamer should know about music theory. It's right up there, pinned in the chat. Go grab that. It's free for you from me. And let's get this thing started with Trail of Blood. Also, make sure you hang out for the end of the stream because we're going to have some bonus tracks. Bodika. I can confirm all our bonus tracks are lined up. Well, this was very ominous, very murky. Not really sure what this was all about, but the next one is called Genova. Quickening, Genova. Let's do this thing. Yeah, percussion, that really low percussion. Oh, yes, choir. There's really low thuds in there. Oh, Scarcore. Man, we've heard so many of these elements in the previous 6 discs leading up to this. I love too, we heard those little bruh, those little like shouts, both from, sounded like they're French horns. Before we heard maybe harp, we heard maybe flute as well. Oh, come on. Oh, boy.
All right, so that same violin pattern we had now in that synthesizer is now pulled back. Well, kind of like it. Oh, come on, guitars. F. Okay. So, I mean, a ton of connections I want to point out. So, number one, what was interesting there, chat was like, oh, it's an F. But here's the thing. A lot of the fight themes we've heard up until now have been an F minor. And while we did get a couple of F minors there, a lot of it was like F major than other things, just with F as the root. Something else I want to point out was the... Yeah. Yeah. That arpeggio there is interesting. So different from what we've heard before from fight themes. Obviously, this wasn't really like a fight theme, but really cool to hear this. Also, it did act like a fight theme in the sense that it started out and then it modulated up by a whole step. We've heard that very consistently for a lot of fight themes. Also, for the place where the library was. I forget what that is. Okay, this next one is called Rufus Shinra. It is a boss battle themed for the character of Genovus as the scientician. How many boss fights do you have to do in a row? My goodness. So they're modulating up gestures at fight themes we've heard before. Yep. Right there. So definitely boss fight here, or a fight I should say, because we're hearing elements of the fight. Yeah. That Piccolo just wiling out there, that's awesome. reversing, we're modulating up by a minor third. Another thing we've seen consistently through the 6. Okay, this is like what we just heard 2 songs ago, gesturing at it. Yeah, right there, right there. I'm gonna break that down, if I remember, in 4 minutes. Yeah, so even what those horns are doing, ba 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 ba, you've heard that as part of the fight theme up and down, but it's different. Oh, look out. We've heard this as part of battle themes before too, but not quite like this. Build that 5, baby. Sick. Right there, right there, right there. Remember that. What just happened there? Okay. Oh, and there's one of those low hits again. And then right there. Right there, right there, right there, right there. Hang on. Listen to this again. Listen to this again. Listen, listen. Right there. Okay, so number one. Okay, that's like in the battle theme where it goes. Where it does that thing in the battle theme, except it's using different notes. And on top of that, it's actually calling back to that. Oh my gosh, it's made such a cool connection. Okay, I don't know if this is a real thing, but check this out. So, all right, in the battle themes, we go like this. And last stream, I forget what it was exactly, but we had this one line that was like... no, it started up here. And then it went... Is that the Shinra theme? Okay, now that is super extra double chocolate cool. Because we have that Shinra... Okay, so is my understanding correct that Shinra basically is like a combatant thing that you're fighting the whole time? It's like an evil organization. Is my understanding correct there? Okay, Shinra's kind of the main villain. All right, so what's super extra cool is even the theme of the villain, even the theme, the way the villain's theme is presented is basically just a variation on... So what you're seeing there is that even with the music alone, the composer is telling you that you are going to have to fight whatever this thing is at some point in the game, and that is so cool. Oh, so cool. All right, this next one is called The Arsenal. By the way, if you see people super chatting with the names of original soundtracks, it's to upvote what I react to next. It's how everyone supports the channel. You are more than welcome to super chat and just name an OST you want to hear me react to. Okay, this one is called The Arsenal. So here's battle music like we've heard throughout. Well, starting from maybe disc 3 or 4. Disc 3, thank you, yeah. I love those drums in the background, man.
so yummy. Listen to that bass too. So always that riff, always going up by a minor third. Okay, so one fun thing I want to point out, right about the end there, we went like, Yeah, and then instead of going back down to A, we now take the whole thing up a half step. So what was really cool about that, number one, is to see that modulation. Wow, perhaps modulation is a strong word, but going from the A to the C, going up minor third, because we've seen going up and down a minor third a lot throughout this, and then to have the whole thing moved up one half step, going from B flat to D flat up a minor third again. Super cool. This next one is called Midgaard Expressway. Buckle in, folks. This one is 10 minutes long. We're going to go through the whole thing. Oh, this is sick. It's actually hinting at the music we just listened to, but changing. Oh, speeding up. Tempo ramp. Look out, we're getting faster here. Oh, come on, guitar. that's very Vi-ian. Oh, I love that. Oh, come on, choir. Now we're back to our battle chord progression here in F minor. E flat next. There we go. Oh! Eight-string guitar at least, or seven-string D-tuned, down-tuned, excuse me.
Someone please send me an 8 string. This is sick. That was sick. So Steve I. Oh my gosh. That was insane. Type a 2 in the chat if that did not feel like 10 minutes and that felt like 3 minutes of just a good time. That was incredible. Oh my gosh. The arranging, the musicianship, like, no words. No words. That was sick, sick, sick. That was unreal. That was so good. Man, doing let's just listen to the next one. That was insane. This next one's called Arbiter of Fate Advent. I think it's 3 in a row here. I'm going to let the 3 play through without stopping. Because we have 3 started with Arbiter. And let all 3 go through. Actually, 4.
All right, we're going to let this play straight through to the next one. I heard the chords. I was like, is this how it moves? I looked down. Yeah. Chronic Mids, you know. Oh, hey, Chronic Mids, how's it going? Shout out to Chronic Mids. Yes, I will play this game. Oh, that was insane. We're just going to let this play through this next one. Oh, listen to that piano going off. Oh, that's awesome. This is very interesting. I don't think we've heard anything from Hamauzu like the past couple tracks. I mean, wow. This is a whole new side of Masashi Hamauzu that I don't think we've heard before on the 6 discs up to this point. I mean, totally. You told me that was composed by John Hamburger. I'd be like, yeah, okay. You told me that's Masashi Hamauzu. I'd be like, really? I mean, I'm not saying people don't have range, and I'm not saying people can't have a sound, but like so far in the soundtrack, Masashi Hamauzu has had a sound and a vibe where we've been able to tell the difference between a Nobuo Uematsu composition and a Hamauzu composition or arrangement. We've really been able to hear the difference. And this was, it was incredible. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying it was bad. It was amazing. But very interesting to hear how different that sounds from a lot of what we heard from him previously throughout this entire soundtrack. This next one is called I'm Waiting Cloud. John Hamburger is my favorite composer. Big fan of Hamburger. Man, these drums are so saucy. Ah. Sounds very foreboding. Hey guys, before we listen to the next one, please hit like, subscribe, hit that notification bell, and you should check out in the description, and you should buy a copy of my book and also get a copy of the course for gamers so you can understand your favorite video game music. Go check it out. It's all for you. This next one is called One Wing Angel Rebirth by my course. Here we go. All right, who's got my parody lyrics in the chat? Hinting at battle music there. Yeah, there we go. There's that little... I think that's probably the closest thing we have to a theme, right? I mean, this too. Oh, come on. Oh, come on. Sounds like a tempo ramp here. Yeah, speeding up. Come on, violins.
Wow. Okay. So really cool. So at this point now, I've heard 3 different versions of One Winged Angel. I've heard the original from the Final Fantasy. I've heard from the Black Mages, and I've heard this. And what a difference between all 3, but all 3 rock so hard. There was so much going on in this. I feel like I have to go back and listen to it like maybe 3 or 4 times to actually catch everything that was going on. But boy, was this heavy and absolutely insane. I totally loved it. I think some of the fun parts too was when it was quoting from other battle themes, bringing those things into part of this whole thing. One thing I want to point out to you guys is there's one point I'm maybe 3 minutes into it, maybe 4 minutes into it, I'm not really sure, where we had this interval going on, or something going on like that. And what I want to point out to you is the same thing I actually pointed out in the boss fight from the Shin Megami Tensei perhaps 5 game, and that is this interval right here is literally, well, by some people called the Devil's Interval, right here. And the reason why it's called the Devil's Interval is because it is so dissonant. It fights. It has so much fight and chaos inside of it that, well, a couple 100 years ago, the church said the only way this interval could have been invented was by the devil, Satan himself. So they said, you're not allowed to play these 2 notes together in churches. And that went on for a long time. And those 2 notes were actually outlawed in the church. So really cool to hear it here representing a great evil or something like that, because even if you take the sort of religious connotations out of it and you look at what that interval represents with that sort of thought process, that interval represents a great evil, a great enemy, something you're going to have to strive and fight against. And sure enough, we see it here. So I absolutely really loved that track, and that was a ton of fun. By the way, YouTube is telling me I should show you some ads. It says now would be a good time to start ads, but I'm not going to. All I'm going to ask you to do is go click on the 10 things every gamer should know about music theory. It's a free thing for you. It's right up pinned in the chat with a link. Go click on that, sign up, grab it, and while you're there, if you want to grab a copy of my book and my course for gamers, do so. But that's free from me to you, and you can have it forever. And tomorrow I'm going to send you something more for free. Okay, let's keep this thing rocking and rolling with Second Seconds Till the End.
So poignant and beautiful at the end. I mean, the whole thing was beautiful. This next one is called Hollow, and is credited to Yosh.
Be lost, drifting alone, floating up high, time after time, and there you'd be, shining brightly, your smiling face to guide my way. Bloody and bruised, brought to my knees, when beaten down, when broken up, you would appear, reach out to me, heal every wound, and make me whole. Was it all a dream? Will I never know? Foolish and blind to everything. Had I realized, had I thought it through, would you be here in my embrace? Shine bright once more, guide me to you. Smile bright once more. This time I will never let you go.
So, Pink Floyd.
With your every smile, hiding something more, dark mysteries lurking beneath. But I was consumed with this emptiness, this selfishness, this void to fill. Hear me once more.
Okay, so there's a couple of music theory things I want to point out here. The first, which is really fun, is just that first two chords that come in. So we have this E minor 9, and then we go to a C major add sharp 11. In that voicing right there, exactly. This is exactly what the guitar player was doing. So what's interesting here is that in the C major, when you add this note here, let me put it right here. When you have that F sharp in there, really what you're creating is almost like this Lydian feeling on it, or this sharp 4 feeling, or augmented 4 to be really the correct terms. Now, what's really cool too is what happens in the chorus is E minor to A major. And what you have there is you have a C sharp in A major, which normally wouldn't go too well with a C sharp in the A major, which typically would not go very well with a C major. But what's interesting is that this chord progression is actually very much like, is there anybody in there? Not if you can hear me. Is there anyone home? Is that anyone home? So it's kind of a little bit, I think, perhaps inspired by Pink Floyd, which is pretty cool. All right, this next one is called The Credits. Before we listen to it, please hit like, subscribe, hit that notification bell. And guys, if you want to learn more about music theory and you are a gamer, you want to understand the music in your favorite video games, go check out the free download. It's the 10 things every gamer should know about music theory. All right, let's do this. Credits. Aerith. Hitting a minor chord there is pretty interesting. I think typically that's a major chord. Like in Aerith's theme, is it not? Make sure you hang out for the end of the stream because we have a couple bonus songs we're going to listen to today. Huh.
here.
That was beautiful. This is our main theme that we heard at the end of disc 1, I think it was. Love that snare drum in there. Yeah, Skytron, I hear it. And make sure you hang out to the end of the stream because we have some bonus tracks we're going to check out. Oh, this is very John Williams-y, isn't it? Again, there too, modulating down by a minor third.
hills are alive. And we're back. Oh, a beautiful resolution there. So right at the end there, typically the main theme goes... It goes down there, see that? Have the note goes from high to low? What it did right at the end there, the last thing we hear is... to resolve the entire 156 track album and obviously the game as well. Please hit like, subscribe, hit the notification bell, and we're going to listen to some bonus tracks. Here we go. This is Aerith's theme from Smash Ultimate. You guys can thank Reload Psy for requesting this one. Oh, this is cool. Oh, this is awesome. I love it. I also love how it's like the piano and the glockenspiel put together at the same time to really build that sound out. Beautiful. So guys, listen very carefully. Listen to that sound. It's like piano and glockenspiel played together at the exact same time and kind of mixed together to match two different things is happening. This next bonus is courtesy of a Pikachu. Let's see if we can get this to rock and roll. This is called Vengeance on the World from Final Fantasy VII One-Winged Angel. Yeah, we did not hear this. Good call, Pikachu. This is very medieval Sephiroth. So that sound in your left ear, that's actually strings performing pizzicato, where violin, viola, cello, they don't use a bow, they actually pluck the string with their finger. Very dry one too. You can hear too on the Sephiroth, whoever was conducting the choir was very smart. Yeah. Can someone type the exact Latin that's put in there in the chat, please? Okay, and we also have one more bonus, but I just want to say line really good. So it's Sephiroth is last with the PH, right? Eslath. Yeah. And then at the end when they go Sephiroth, they're going Sephiroth, right? Okay, so here's what's interesting. If my ears are not deceiving me, yeah, you can hear that the, Sephiroth, exactly. So here's the thing. Sometimes when you have large choirs, you actually change the sounds of consonants to get the word to translate the right way. So I think what it sounds like to me, and I could be wrong, but what it sounds like to me, it sounds like the female voices, the high voices, are saying Sephiroth, and that the lower voices are going Sephiroth, and that the combination of the s and the th is what makes neither one really overwhelm the other. But I could be wrong, but I know that is something choirs do. All right, this next one is called The Black Mage's Genova. Let's check it out. Sephiros. Oh, so it's more Japanese, is it? Huh. major chord. That was a ton of
fun. For Best Music Coach, my name is Dan, and you are watching a music teacher's reaction live and in real time to the Final Fantasy VII, Disc 8 Jukebox soundtracks. I've never heard these songs presented in this way before in my life, so this is going to be a journey of discovery. Come along with me. Everything I say, do, talk about, teach, and play is going to be off the top of my head in the moment with no prior knowledge or preparation. Let's get this thing rocking and rolling, a rocking and a reeling, straight away with, something. We're about to find out. We're going to see the things on the screen today, and I'm just going to sort of watch and hang out, and we're going to have some fun. Okay, so here we go. Ooh, all right. Oh, this is amazing. Oh gosh, I love this. Oh, this is incredible. Hey chat, what's going on? This is amazing. Okay, so I have heard that before, like regular style, but never presented in that way. That was so cool to hear that sort of dance remix of the Prelude. Let's see what's up next. You'll see me flipping back and forth between windows today because I'm playing this obviously in another YouTube window here. Okay, bombing mission, all right. That bass just playing the same note over and over again. Just A. Dropping down an octave. Oh, I went to like Mike Stern type guitar coming in. This is great. As I Mike Stern type, I'm not saying that Mike Stern's the only guitarist who play like chorus and some delay, but like, it's kind of a sound. Oh, come on now. Oh my gosh, I would totally listen to this in my spare time. I love this. Ugh. Oh. Oh, this is amazing.
This is legit like music that I listen to like in my free time all the time. This presentation of it. Oh my gosh. This is sick because it's the bombing mission, but it's like, oh god, it's like 1 a.m. in the morning at like a great jazz club, and it's also bombing mission. Yeah, come on now. Oh my gosh! It's like they're just jamming over this like 7 sharp 9. Oh yeah, come on piano. Oh, come on now. Oh my gosh. Love it. Now this is the drummer taking the solo. Agreed, Nick. Can I just say that is hands down my favorite version of Bombing Mission literally ever? Like, so, oh, we're going to get another... oh, that's it. Oh my gosh, we're going to get another jazzy track? Let's go. Let's go. Oh, yes. Oh my gosh. I love the reharmonizations. Oh, this is so tasteful. Oh my gosh. So something that you can appreciate of how good the cats who are playing this are is how in tune those two instruments are with each other. That's how you know they're pros. Oh. That was sick. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. So good. on, trombone. Oh, come on now. Yes. Oh my goodness gracious. Can I say that's also, listen, I feel like, I don't know, it's just me because I like, this is like where I live musically. Like when I play, like it's like the jazzy, fusion-y, bluesy. Oh, come on. Oh, come on, harp, let's go. Oh my gosh. All right, I'm going to pause it for a second. Just I want to break a couple things down there. So number one, what was really cool is they actually used the same turnaround that I remember from hearing the original, which is the... But they don't go to 5, which is the whole really interesting thing about that too. Also, something else I said at the beginning, I was like, play harp. Now, why did I say harp when clearly it was a harmonica? Well, that's because in blues circles, you don't call it a harmonica. You call a harmonica a harp. Just how it is. You now have the information. I didn't make it up. Let's keep this thing going. That was fun. I will read all of the super chats out at the end of the stream. Thank you so much for your support. come on, bass. And that bass player's in the pocket. So yeah, the guitar's playing chords now, in your right ear. This is called comping, C-O-M-P-I-N-G. And so you comp, it's almost like you're improvising too, but you're not playing single notes. It's like you're sort of improvising the chords and you're listening to what the person playing the solo is playing and kind of grooving with them and helping build them up. It's like a conversation. Kind of, Elijah. It's like a conversation. And that's how jazz can really be improvised, because everyone is improvising at the same time. It's not just this person who's taking the solo. But then you can also have quasi-arranged jazz too, which it might be that. I'm not sure. And the reason why I can't tell you if it's 100% improvised with comping or not is because I'm not seeing what the instrumentalist players are looking at in terms of whatever music they have in front of them. When comping is this straightforward, not very complex, sometimes people do write it out note by note. Rarer now, like when you play some older scores, like for some older musicals, they actually write the comping out and things like that. But also in some of the older musicals too, they just put slash notation, which means they tell you what chord they want you to basically go around, and then it's like you make it up, you figure it out. I love this, it's like surf. That was so much fun. Oh yeah, listen to that dobro in there. I think they changed the key on this. Did they not? So that instrument that's making it sound like the Wild West, that's called a dobro. Like a guitar, but it has that big metal bit in the middle. I mean, there's a lot of other things that make it a sound capitalist, but that's one thing that's really... Oh, that was fun. Okay, hey, let's check out the next one. This is so much fun. Oh, yeah. Oh my gosh, so much fun. Hey, let's just keep it going. Got to get my fan going. It's getting hot in here.
Well, that was super cool. Hey, before we go to the next one, if you're a gamer and you want to learn more about music theory, there's a free download for you. The top 10 things every gamer should know about music theory. It's pinned in the chat for you. If you're watching this on demand, it's going to be in the comments. Go check it out. Well, Mike, the reason why this reminds you of Girl from Ipanema is because it's very bossa nova-esque. I don't know if I can call this a bossa nova pure. If you hear how the bass is going in 2, it's going low, high, low, high. That's the feeling of a bossa, and then if you speed it up, a samba.
Like right here, it's not bossa. It's a different style. I couldn't put my name on. I couldn't put a name to it. But when you hear the bass like in the chorus, doing things like things like that, that's when you know it's like bossy. Oh, this is great. Like kind of klezmer. What's that musical? Willkommen, Bienvenue. So there's one other musical I did. Oh gosh. When I was playing, it was like they say it was like the first musical ever. Called for a klezmer. What was the name of that one? I don't remember. Okay, no, not Cabaret. Oh yeah, Cabaret. A Cabaret, right? All right, Cabaret was one. What was like the first musical like ever? I don't know what it was about. Huh. That's pretty funny to look up. No? Alright. We're having a relaxed stream today. I'm going to Google it. Couldn't find it. Well, let's get back to this, shall we? Yeah, this is like down to a C. Yeah, a little bit, Jabi Badazaki. Oh, this is sick. That was a ton of fun and super sick. Yeah, that one moment where it went like really proggy and the no thing going on, and then that drum started doing, I don't even know what that was on that. It sounded like a China cymbal or something. That was sick. Come on, piano. I love how they keep on playing between the triple and the duple division of the beat. Well, it's not even a triple division of beat, but I'm absolutely loving these interpretations of these classic songs. Well, that was beautiful. Hey, more content over here, down here, subscribe. It's up there, it's down there. Oh, it's everywhere. More stuff. Click it. There's stuff there. Oh, it's there, it's everywhere. How long are we gonna do this for? I don't know, but it's 20 seconds. Here we go. Click there.